yesterday. I mean, the Tigers jump on them 6-spit in the first,
6-0, right?
and I'm like, boy, if they could shut them out again, and Seattle didn't do a thing about it. They just keep losing. Mets lose. I mean, the Yankees almost pissed it away last night. I mean, wow.
Funny.
I mean, nobody's winning, David.
It's funny, the Mets acquisition of that center fielder from the Orioles, Cedric Mullins, that everybody said he's really going to help. Boy, he came up in a big spot last night. Mets had scored 3 runs to cut it to 5-4, had bases loaded, 1 out in the 6th, and Mullins comes up. Can't drive in a run, even with an out. And now their young catcher Alvarez hurt again, so they got to play an automatic out in the 9-hole. I don't know why, between the 6th inning and the 9th inning, why he wasn't pinch hit for with a left-handed hitter. But
do you watch him, or you were watching last night, weren't you?
Sure,
you were able to watch. That's right. Yeah.
But then again, the Reds didn't do anything, and the Reds knew, because they're on the West Coast. I mean, they knew the Mets lost. They knew we win, we're tied. Kansas City, and not granted they had won 5 in a row, but they're 3-3 in the 9th. They lose. I mean, they could have picked up another game on Seattle. I will say, don't you have to root for the Cubs to win today?
Yeah. Yeah, of course you do.
Just to see.
Padres put in last night with the Dodgers losing. It's like, if the Rockies beat the Dodgers, San Diego, you must win. That's a law.
Right, and they beat Ohtani, too. They roughed him up. I'll tell you what, this NFL is almost the league that I want it to be. It's really getting there. We had like 4 trades yesterday. That's what I'm talking about.
So, the Score app last week, David, had and I didn't read the article. I just loved the headline. Are the Bills the new Maple Leafs?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
Right. And I didn't read the article. The title was enough for me.
Oh, man.
By the way, are we all sure, and I know you're not, but are we all sure that the 49ers are, going to be right back? I mean, they're starting the season. Jennings is playing, but coming off an injury. Ayuk isn't playing until at least week 6.
Their wide receivers are Jawan Jennings and Pearsall, the kid from Florida.
Right.
They had to acquire a guy.
Got 3-game suspension. That Robinson got 3 games for the DU. I mean, are we sure here? Is everybody just sure? I know the schedule's easier, but are we sure Brock Purdy's going to make that next step? I'm fascinated by that division, David.
Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle. Any one of the 3 gets hurt, they are in big trouble.
Yeah. And by the way, when's the last time all 3 of them have played a full season?
Good morning, Johnny Mac. Hope York, PA is treating you well. Well, Puck Virtue, the reason Ohtani's already Babe Ruth is that no one else has pitched and hit at a high level. And actually, his career numbers at this stage of his career are identical to Ruth's. Now Root stopped pitching.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday, where the football magic numbers are 2, 7, and 14. Get ready for it. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. It's the end of my road trip, Mark. We wrap things up in Jersey today. We fly back to Jacksonville late this afternoon, this evening, and then it's football season, baby. Let's go.
And I have to be brutally honest here, David. And you've talked at length for the near 20 years we've done a show about how great your relationship is with your mother. This really proves it. Mom should say thank you, because I know it was her birthday yesterday, and happy birthday, Mom Moulton, once again. But for her son to make a lengthy trip away from home 16 days before, 15 days before he starts traveling all over the country to do this football thing, a road trip before a 4-month road trip is quite an adventure to go on.
Well, she's mom.
I know.
I mean, she's at the top of the pyramid.
Put her on the train, bring her down.
Well, she's getting on the train in 2 months. We're talking about it last night. She loves her 18-hour train ride to Jacksonville. So least I could do is make a trip. It's amazing. When the Jets and Giants are bad, well, there's no Monday Night Football in Jersey this year. What's remarkable is we don't have an Eagles home game. Defending Super Bowl champions, we've got them twice. They're on the road both times. So, I can get within about 3 or 4 hour car ride, a leisurely drive a few times. But,
exactly.
So good to see Mom, and we'll fly out this afternoon. Haven't heard much from the wife because, she's got her mom and she's got a granddaughter. So, this just
got
proves
access to all the accounts. I mean, what does she really need you for right now?
Right. I mean, and she's got her best friend arriving over the weekend. I mean, I might be coming home a few days early, to be honest with you, Mark. I might as well extend this sucker till next week.
So our wives have one similarity that is identical, and that is their ability to try to give as much money to others as is humanly possible. And going back probably a decade, maybe even longer, this is probably early on in our first act, David would talk about all of the mail that he gets. And you have to understand, David loves the mail. David loves the post office. David loves to walk to the mailbox to see what's there every day. No matter what it is, that postman is David's friend. Mine's ChatGPT. So, we all have our issues. And David would talk about all of the mail that his wife gets from the various charitable organizations that she's either donated to, or because she's donated to one, 74 others begin sending you their paraphernalia.
No doubt.
And we are now in that same boat.
Ooh.
I don't like the mail. I really don't. Because what's in the mail? Junk mail and bills. And even this week, because I'm old now and I've got a birthday coming, there might be a card. That'd be cool. But, my mother-in-law is great about sending cards. I'm sure I will get one and I'll appreciate that. But other than that, it's a bunch of stuff. And yesterday, when I grabbed the mail, I thought they had finally found me, David, because there was something that was asking my wife for money and it looked like Columbia on the return address. And I looked at it and I went, I'll be damned, Columbia House. They finally found me for all of those albums, cassettes, and then CDs that I got from the 12 for $1, 12 for a penny, whatever the case was, whenever it started.
Right.
Trust me, the entire Detroit Red Wings team from 1990 had a subscription all to my house on Elm Street in East Lansing, Michigan. But I did get a kick out of yesterday because I was going to just send you a picture. And yesterday wasn't a big day. Yesterday was only about 6 pieces. And you know, David, particularly in a month and a half, 2 months, as we get closer to the big guy, it starts coming hot and heavy. I mean, not just envelopes, magazines, sealed envelopes. It's all there. But I think one of these days I'm going to take a picture of just all of the different things laid out that we get to have a running competition with all of the things you get for our wives' charitable causes.
My favorite of all, well, besides the fact that, for 10 years now, I've been getting the invitations from the crematoriums, and I'm very appreciative to all of them. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's a lovely steak dinner. I have to sit through a presentation. Okay, I really should take you up on it, but I'm not quite there yet. But the most impressive to me are my wife has donated to just a few liberal causes over the years. And since we have a joint checking account, okay, they put my name for whatever reason. They're being sexist. Okay, they're discriminating against my wife. Okay, and they're giving the man the highest priority. So I love the monthly newsletter I get from NARAL in my name. That's my favorite. Okay, and I have said to her, don't stop this. Okay, I know you don't give. I don't care. All right, this is my favorite right there. Okay, it's funny. I can never run for Congress. Okay, if you know what I mean. If I'm trying to show certain bona fides, my opponent's going to attack me and go, "Oh, he's a card-carrying member of NARAL," and I'm going to have to explain. No. My name's just on the checking account. Sure it is.
That definitely hurts if this show goes away and we start having you run for office and me being the muscle behind you. I'm sure as hell not running.
Miller and Moulton. Well, first off, they've adopted almost every one of our platforms over the years.
I know.
We have to come up. Well, first off, our audience is like, of course, you guys have to come up with new material, but our political hopes and dreams are pretty much squashed too. There's not much they're not doing. We were ahead of the curve.
We're part of that gambling weed ticket. Yeah, and gambling and weed are pretty much legal everywhere. We were ahead of the curve. I will give you that. This was 15, 18 years ago we were talking about this stuff regularly.
Totally. I mean, our roads, our teachers, our police, our firemen would have been totally taken care of a long time ago if it was up to Miller and Moulton. But you know what, Mark? This NFL is almost, it's not there yet, but it's almost to where I want it. There were 4 trades yesterday in the NFL, and I know they were small deals, but this is what I'm talking about. Way to go, National Football League. Okay, way to look at those late round draft picks and go, come on, you keep those guys on your roster to make your general manager look good. Okay, that's what you do. Cheap labor. Come on, how good are those? Really, is every 6th round pick is Tom Brady? Stop it. Every 7th round pick is Wes Welker? Please stop it. Enough already. They're not. Okay, if you can get a useful player, okay, for a position group that you have a need in, yeah, give up a 6th, give up a 7th. Yes, do it. Mark, they're getting there. Not all of them show up at my symposiums every year. It's only about 8 to 12 general managers that show up when I give the speech, but it's progress. It used to be none. Okay. Now, you know what? We're getting there. We're getting there. By the end of this decade, I'm telling you, I think the NFL is going to treat those day 3 draft picks the way the NHL makes trades. And that's what I'm looking for in life.
Well, David, I'm going to give you something else. I actually think this league might be a touch ahead of the curve in this regard, not with in-season trading. It's getting better, mind you. But David, think about it. How many baseball, hockey, and basketball trades are there during training camp? There really aren't any.
No. True.
Football is the sport that in August is looking around going, oh, you need a receiver? How about I send you this guy and you send me a pick or two? I mean, no one's trading at this time of the year. So give football some credit for doing something that the other leagues really aren't doing much of.
And it's because, do you know what league has injuries? Okay, during their month lead up to the start of the season? That would be football. Because sometimes we just have to review, okay, not every day, but once or twice a week during the month of August, Miller and Moulton needs a review. It's a very, Mark, what's the only thing that counts in the preseason?
The only thing that counts are the injuries.
Thank you
The
very
records
much.
don't matter. Wins and
Nope.
losses don't matter. We've tried
Nope.
to help you. There are people that are freaking out over the way that their teams played in the preseason. It doesn't matter. Buffalo got demolished by Chicago. None of the starters played. It doesn't matter. Go look at what they did during the joint practices, and you'll feel a little bit better about your team. Those are the reports that you need to spend your time watching. Whatever you can find out and get out of the joint practices as to how your number ones are playing against other teams' ones, that's important. That gives you a baseline of where your team's at. But the preseason games, they don't mean a thing at all, except for the injuries.
Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. So today's the day that whole ESPN $29.99 thing comes out?
I believe so.
All right. I need one question answered. I can't find the answer. I thought I saw it in one article that I read. But Mark, what you and I were curious about this, and big announcement 2 days ago. Actually, it wasn't an announcement. It's a breaking story, Front Office Sports and a few others that said, hey, this is what the Major League Baseball media deal is going to look like for the next 3 years. And that ESPN was purchasing MLB.TV. I think, Mark, I think they are going to include, beginning next year, local out-of-market baseball games.
With one or the other. It's either local or out of market. I think they're providing out of market games.
Okay, sorry. They're going to provide out of market baseball games the way they provide out of market NHL games.
Win-win. Sign me up, David. I'm telling you right now. Already giving them $12 a month. What's the other 18?
So just that's big. I know a lot of you don't like ESPN, but that's big.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So as of right now, I don't see anything MLB going with it, David. Not yet. Now I just went through the packages. MLB's not even listed. They show you what it costs.
The deal doesn't start till next year.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, as of this moment in time, they haven't bought it yet, and it's not part of what they are offering. That's all I'm saying. Literally, it just, it said, you want to get it, press here. I went here, it showed me the packages, and it lists all the things you get. MLB's not listed. NHL is listed. NBA is listed. NFL is listed. MLB is not. So until that deal's done, they haven't, but based on the way they're doing the NHL, it looks as if you're going to get it.
And if they do the deal today, it won't kick in till next season. Okay. Everything 2025 will finish as is with Apple and ESPN.
Right. Yeah, all the deals go through the rest of this baseball season.
Right. Morning, Tim. How is everybody? By the way, I'm not chastising, okay? But I just want to let you all know, okay, that my mom loves the chat room, okay, more than Miller and Moulton do, okay, which is saying a lot because you're our listeners and we're very thankful for you, very. But my mom loves the chat room. She thinks you guys and Detroit Paula are a hoot for the most part. But a couple of comments yesterday about my mom and Aunt Kathy's, drapes. Oh my goodness. The grief that I took, okay, having to defend you guys yesterday for the criticism of the drapes. And I just said, well, Aunt Kathy's like, what do you mean they criticize the drapes? I said, well, they thought they're old and out of style. She's like, we got them like last year. I go, I don't know. I'm just relaying the message. Oh, just bent out of shape. I mean,
because
not enough.
When you think stylish curtains, you think octogenarian.
But now it was not enough.
You know what I would have loved to have done? I wish I would have been able to go curtain shopping with your mom and Aunt Kathy. That would have been a hoot.
Well, we could arrange it down the road.
I think that's the last curtains they'll ever own there. I don't think they're replacing those curtains.
I don't either. There's a better chance they'll double down on the curtains just to prove a point. So, not sure when I'll be back broadcasting. There are those that ask, do I wake people up when I'm in a hotel room? And I don't believe I have in all the years on the road. I did wake my Aunt Kathy up with the how the heck are you at 6:01 yesterday, though. I said, did I wake you up? She said, oh, yeah, because her bedroom is directly above where I'm broadcasting. So look at Paula. There you go. Paula sticking up for Mom and Aunt Kathy. You got the grandkids for 2 weeks yet, Paula? They kicking your butt yet?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling makes his first appearance of the football season. Coming up at the top of the hour. For those of you unfamiliar with Lee, Lee's our residential handicapper. Has been for, well, the whole time we've been doing the show. Hell, Lee was on my show and Mark's show when, well, we had our own show back in the day. Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports. He'll talk Farmageddon and over-unders. And I believe we are going to take a page out of Lee's book. And we're going over-unders with our poll questions. Not one, not two, but 3 poll questions today in which you could wait to hear what Lee has to say before you answer the poll questions. But Lee's going to talk the over-under for the Gators, the Noles, and the Canes, and for the Finns, the Bucks, and the Jags. And he's going to give you his thoughts, which way you should go. And we asked you earlier in the month your thoughts on the Gators, the Canes, and the Noles over-under. So that's what we'll be asking you today. Your thoughts on the Bucks, the Finns, and the Jags over-unders. And all 3 of their numbers are different. They're up?
Up.
Wow.
The Bucks is up right this second. Everyone else is up. 9.5 for the Bucks. 8.5 for the Finns.
Oh, right there.
7.5 for the Jags.
Right there with the Finns. Are they going to be a winning team or a losing team?
That's it.
That's it. We'll hit you right in the gut.
They can get after the passer. We've talked about that. We believe they will be able to get after the passer. Don't know what else that defense has. Don't. I really don't. Don't know if they can stop the run. Don't know if there's pass protection, if they can guard anyone. Anyone.
Well, you can guard him if the quarterback's on his back.
But that's why if they don't get a pass rush, they cannot guard anyone. If that rush doesn't get to the quarterback, if there is good pass protection, their defensive backfield is a mess.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You and I like a press conference. I like them more than you. Is that fair?
Oh, it's very fair.
Okay. Did you see any of the new CEO for the PGA Tour's presser yesterday?
I read some of the comments that were made because, well, Eldrick was involved in a new committee, so I had to check out what was going on.
Yes. Hey, it's the Futures Committee. That's the name of it. Okay. We're going to get 9 people together, led by Tiger, and we're going to discuss the future. And apparently, everything's on the table. For those that don't know, okay, Jay Monahan, he's done. Brian Rolap, okay, is the new head of the PGA Tour, CEO, if you will. All right. So this is Monahan's last tour championship. He spoke. He handed it off to Rolap. Rolap's coming from the NFL. And Rolap just flat out looked at the whole golf media and said, yeah, at the NFL, every day we were thinking about what we could do to be better. Every day. Okay. We were willing to change the kickoff. We were willing to change this. We were willing to change that. He goes, I want to get a group of people together in which we're going to put everything on the board. And he said, I'm telling you right now, I know golf, tradition, the whole deal. If there's something on the board, okay, that isn't working, we're not going to do it anymore. And if there's something we're not doing that we think will make it even a little bit better, we're going to start doing it. Huh. His tone was not talking a big game, but what he said was like, are you going Rob Manfred on the PGA Tour here?
It certainly sounded like it, David. The only thing I guess where my reservations lie of great change in the future was who was placed on the committee. Because they're all top-level guys. And what the tour has done is really cater to the top 25, 30% on that tour and have left the rank and file to go do their own thing, and they don't really care. And I want to say, is it Kevin Mitchell? Was that one of the, the names that were on there, that was the name. That okay, there's someone that's rank and file, but everybody else that's on that committee are guys that are playing in the signature events.
Well, the CEO hinted at, yeah, I care about the top more than I care about the middle or the bottom. I want to put more events together where the best players are playing against one another. The other thing, quick tangent, he doesn't seem to give a damn about any of the golfers on the LIV. I will say that. Not at all. I mean, he's
not at all.
He sounds more likely to support financially the DP World Tour and making that the extension of the PGA Tour that caters to the world than doing a deal with LIV. He said, I haven't talked to anybody over there. Apparently, ever since the PGA Tour and LIV met with Trump back in February, apparently there's been no communication over the last 6 months between the two sides. Take that for what it's worth. But Mark, he seems to care more about the top than the middle and the bottom. The other thing he hinted at, Mark, I mean, he all but said it. Tournaments are going away. I mean, he's just like 46 weeks. I mean, he once again, his NFL background. What do? The long period. They want people salivating for their product. NFL season's what? 5 to 6 months? Okay.
It's a dangerous chance that he takes if he does that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the NFL obviously plays in 32 markets. The PGA Tour obviously can only play in one market at a time.
Right.
And some of these fall events, some of these non-signature events are golf's only entrance into certain markets. And if you get rid of them, are you perhaps hurting your tour because less people get to see your players?
And I don't know if the golfers will agree with this, but his philosophy seems to be, we got to boost the FedEx Cup playoffs, not say we have to make our season more meaningful so that, people are that every tournament we play, there's more riding on it than what there is now. And I'm like, wow, that's interesting. Yet he wants the top players.
It would be fascinating then if you're going to do that. Here's the sport. Our listenership, David, for nearly 20 years, there is one thing from European sports that I think 95% of our listeners would love to see in North American sports, and that's relegation. And if that were on the line, if they were to take a page from European soccer, and the BMW championship, instead of sending, that's not really the one before that, the tournament they had in Memphis, the St. Jude, instead of sending the top 50 to the PGA, if the top 50 moved on to the PGA, but the bottom 10 went to the Corn Ferry Tour, well, now you may have some interest from me.
Doesn't golf already have relegation?
They knock them off, but they, in a way, but it's not that substantial. It's not talked about. It's not put out there.
Well, it sounds like, Mark, that's what this guy wants to create. And I'll tell you what, they've got an April and a May scheduled for next year, in which it seems like the top players are going to only be able to take like 1 week off for 2 months. So be curious for you golf fans out there. This new CEO seems like he's going to be the Rob Manfred of your sport. starting 5 names. Business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
No, Michael, ESPN Plus is not the same as the new ESPN app. I don't know if ESPN Plus is going to exist after this college football season. Because what I just looked at is they are already packaging a bundle of Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN, and they're giving you a deal on it for $30 a month. Or ESPN, I should say, not Plus. I don't understand why Plus stays, David.
Yeah, I think it's going to go away and just all be part of the $29.99 plan.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think what are we paying? $10.99, $11.99 for Plus? Yeah,
I think Plus
that's
just goes
gone. That's gone. Because for instance, it'll include the live ESPN channels, ESPN Plus content, SEC Network, ACC Network. All right. So actually, ESPN Plus, I guess, is going to be renamed, Michael. The story I'm reading says it will be called ESPN Select. Okay. You'll get the ESPN Plus content, live sports, studio shows, and on-demand replays, but you will not get the live ESPN channels. So you could, I guess, buy ESPN Select for $11.99 a month, but you don't get what's live on ESPN or 2 or U or News or whatever.
See, I'm fine with that if I get the hockey and baseball.
Right.
That's gonna be the key. I mean, if I still get the hockey, that's what I would spend because I already have the ESPN channel, so I don't need the app. But I'm just trying to figure all the details right now.
Right. But if you were ESPN, would you include the hockey and the baseball for
No.
$11.99? No,
No.
I wouldn't at all. ESPN Plus would be what? Golf and college sports?
Yes.
For those that get Disney Plus Hulu as part of the ESPN Unlimited bundle, okay, for the first 12 months, I think that will be included in the $29.99 plan. For the first 12 months, you do get ads, however, on Disney Plus and Hulu.
And Michael, if you only care about your teams, you don't really need the out-of-market games. You get to watch your Rockies and your Nuggets and your Avs on your cable system. If you have that, this is more for the out-of-market person. Like me, I want to watch the Red Wings and Tigers in Florida. I'll get the ESPN package. It'll be worth it to me. Plus, I like watching things other than my teams.
If you want, by the way, if you don't want to do essentially $30 a month, they offer the year for $300, $299.99. So you'd save $60 for those that know you're going to purchase it. There's a way to purchase it for the year. Same with the Select plan. Instead of $12 a month or $144, you can buy the whole thing for like $119, I think it is, for the year. So if you want, there's ways out there to save a few bucks and get what you're going to get and not have to pay it monthly. You buy it for the year.
Yeah, Johnny Figure Lakes, the days of me being in a sports bar passed a long time ago. No interest.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Thanks so much for waking up with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And once again, morning, Tampa St. Pete. It's been a couple years. It's nice to be back on 1010 AM, 92.1 and 103.1 FM in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. Welcome to Miller and Moulton. Millerandmoulton.com is where you go if you miss any part of the show. Lee Sterling coming up at the top of the hour. Tim Brando. We had an extended conversation with Timmy B yesterday. We're going to break it down into some parts. Tim, kind of like the Yankees, who I believe, hold on a second, they've just hit another homer against the Rays. I believe Timmy B is still talking, okay? But, you know, we've got enough material, and we edit it into, you know, our 8 o'clock hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And we'll start with number 1, baseball. The Cubs have beaten the Brewers 3 in a row. The lead's down to 6. They play for the final time in the regular season today. Could the
you know
Cubs,
what they needed, don't you, David? You know what the Cubs needed for all this to happen?
They need a
rain out.
Yep. I
A
get
rain out. They lost game 1 of the doubleheader to start the series.
Yep.
Game 2 was postponed until the next day.
Crash
And
Davis went out.
Damn, right. Turn the sprinklers on, got
right.
the rain out, and the Cubs go win a double dip the next day. They win again yesterday. Yep. I'll be damned.
Yep. Matt Shaw homered in the 8th, and that was the difference. Cubs 4, Brewers 3. Cubs have taken 3 in a row, reduced the deficit to 6. Let's see what happens today. Boy, the Phillies, they swept the Mariners. Kept beating them worse every game, too. 11-2 the final yesterday. Trey Turner with 5 hits. Oh, that Schwarber guy. Is Kyle Schwarber going to win the National League MVP in a free agent year? Number 45 for Schwarber. Yeah. Phillies lead now 6.5 in the East. Mariners have lost 4 in a row. The good thing for Seattle, Houston's lost 5 in a row. Tigers swept them. Thanks to a 6-run first, they beat the Astros 7-2. Detroit's 10 up in the Central. Astros lead over the Mariners remains a game and a half.
What an opportunity the Mariners just blew these last few days.
Yep. I mean, you know, playing a good team in the Phillies, but yeah, not even getting one.
Right.
Right. Yep. I mentioned the Phillies lead 6.5. It's because the Mets lost in D.C. to the Nats 5-4, snapping their 3-game win streak. Mets wild card lead remains at 1, however, because the Reds lose to the Angels. They hadn't lost to the Angels in a long time, but L.A. scored in the 8th to beat them 2-1. Meanwhile, the Dodgers lost in Colorado. First time Ohtani had ever pitched in Colorado. I don't think he's a fan. He gave up 5 runs in 4 innings. He got hit with a comebacker right in the thigh. Finished the inning, but Colorado beat LA 8-3 to reduce the Dodgers lead to 1 because the Padres hit 4 homers and beat the Giants 8-1. Gavin Sheets with 2 of the homers. So to review, Phillies by 6.5, Brewers by 6, Dodgers by 1. The wild cards are the Cubs, the Padres, and the Mets in that order. The Mets lead over the Reds is 1. American League. Blue Jays held to 3 hits, lost to the Pirates 2-1. Their lead in the East is down to 4. Remember the beginning of the week? We're firing Boone. Cashman's got to go. The Yankees suck. That's funny. They've won 5 in a row. Hold on a second. They just hit another homer. After 9 on Tuesday, they hit 5 yesterday. Grisham with 2 of them. Stanton's 2-run bomb in the 10th, the difference. Yankees sweep the Rays 6-4 in 10. By the way, Yankees pitcher, all right, Schlittler, pronounce it carefully, all right, took a perfect game through 6. Texas with 3 in the 9th snapped the Royals' 5-game winning streak, beat Kansas City 6-3. KC 10 back of the Tigers, 2.5 back of the Mariners for the final wild card. Guardians keep losing, and they keep losing to below 500 teams. Swept by the Braves. Now they lose the series in Arizona. Ketel Marte homered in the 9th to tie it. D-backs score in the 10th to win 3-2 over Cleveland, who's 10.5 back, but 3 back of the Mariners in the wild card. Speaking of the Braves, they scored an unearned run and beat the White Sox 1-0. You know, these are the bright spots you need in a dark season. They called up this 23-year-old righty, Hurston Waldrep, 7 shutout innings. He's 4-0. Welcome to the majors, kid. You'll be in the rotation next year. Shea Langelies with a 2-run homer in the 10th. A's beat the Twins 4-2. And in front of 9,304 people, Mark, Sandy Alcantara and the Marlins beat the Cards 6-2. Sandy threw 114 pitches yesterday. That used to be a normal start in Major League Baseball. Now it'll probably be one of the 10 highest pitch counts of the year.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
Must mean they're dealing him in the offseason.
Right. He reduced his ERA to 6, by the way, with the 7 innings of 1 earned run ball. Orioles closer Felix Bautista. So he missed the final month of 23 and all of last year with Tommy John surgery. He makes it back for this year, starts looking like his old self. 19 saves. Yeah, now he's going to miss the rest of this year. He's probably going to miss all of next year with a torn rotator cuff and torn labrum. Ouch. The Brewers fans started lining up yesterday with a soft open, if you will, at George Webb restaurants throughout the greater Milwaukee area. The free burgers are officially being given away next week between the 25th and the 29th, thanks to that 14-game winning streak. George Webb officials, Mark, expect to give away nearly 200,000 burgers. They've ordered 25,000 pounds of beef, 4,000 pounds of onions, 300,000 pickle slices, and 200,000 hamburger buns.
They've got exactly what I need. Mustard, ketchup, pickle, onion. That's the perfect burger to me.
Apparently, if you've got the card or the certificate, you can go to like all the restaurants. Okay. How many of the 26 could you hit during that 5-day period?
You'd be on fire with this, David.
I'd be like an old school Chicago voter is what I'd be like. You're damn right. All right. Trying to hit a majority of the 26 in 5 days. NFL, Bears signed their backup quarterback Tyler Bagent to a 2-year, $10 million extension. Anybody see Bagent's interview yesterday? He was fighting back tears. He's like, yeah, my family doesn't have any money. My dad didn't have running water till he was 16. This is life-changing for me and multiple generations of my family. I mean, he had tears in his eyes. And we forget that sometimes. He's finishing up his rookie deal this year, and then he's under contract for the next 2 years, 2 years, $10 million to be the backup in Chicago. And you could tell it's the happiest day of his life. So,
by the way,
story.
How many teams would take Bagent right now as their backup quarterback?
As their backup?
Yeah.
25 minimum.
Right.
I thought you were going to ask how many teams would take him as their starter.
Oh, come on now. Stop it.
Daniel Jones, Tyler Bagent, whatever. New Orleans.
Bush. Well, New Orleans, of course. But they're playing. They don't even count this year, David.
Well,
I mean, if you lose to the New Orleans Saints this year, then you've screwed your season up. And
no doubt about it.
Because they're going to win, 2 to 5 games somehow, some way. It's just what happens in this league.
By the way, speaking of which, you've been saying, and I agree with you, that the Saints are in a way tanky this year. They're going to be really bad, but they're finally going to get their cap straightened out, gearing up for the future, etc. Then why did they trade a 4th and a 7th round pick yesterday for wide receiver Devon Vele? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I apologize. V-E-L-E.
Last year, something like that.
Yeah, he did. He had 41 catches, nearly 500 yards. He's a 6'5" target. He's apparently a solid, productive player. They gave up a 4th and a 7th round pick. That could be the very first pick of the 4th round. That's a decent draft pick to give up.
Yeah, I mean, basically, after the supplementals that come in the 3rd, but that should be right around a top 100 pick.
Right. And I'm sorry, that's like, hey, you think you're going to compete and be good. That's the kind of deal you make. Denver's got to be laughing hysterically. They're like, we don't even know if this guy was going to play for us. And we just got a 4th and a 7th, and we got New Orleans 4th? Wow. Jets made 2 trades yesterday. They acquired Harrison Phillips for the Vikings, gave up 2 6ths and a 7th to do so. Now they got to pick up about $4 million of his $7.5 million salary for this year. So the Vikings, picked up a little something for him. Earlier in the day, the Jets acquired defensive tackle Juwan Briggs from Cleveland for a 2026 7th round pick. So to review, the Jets have traded away their 6th and 7th round picks in each of the next 2 drafts for 2 defensive tackles. That's the Jets' way of saying, we think we can compete. If Justin Fields is worth a damn, we actually think we can compete. 49ers, the league's yet to announce it, but the Niners announced that wide receiver Demarcus Robinson is going to be suspended the first 3 games for a DUI that he got back in March. The Niners then acquired Sky Moore from the Chiefs for a swap of late-round picks because, well, they're pretty thin at receiver. College, 2 NFL preseason games tonight, for those of you who care, on Amazon, Patriots and Giants, and on NFL Network, Steelers and Panthers. College football, Mark, did you hear the selection committee is going to release 6 rankings? First one will be November 4th. They're going to be using, quote, enhanced metrics, unquote, to evaluate schedule strength and how teams perform in those tough games.
It's the anti-Indiana sentiment to the new committee. It's basically telling Indiana, we're not letting you or anyone else get away with this anymore.
4 West Virginia football players will be allowed to play this year after a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction saying that, your JUCO years, they're not the same as D1 years, and you should be able to play. There are 24 players that are having court cases this month about eligibility. For what it's worth, earlier this week, a federal judge in California ruled against a player from UCLA and a player from USC. So far this week, 4 wins for the players, 2 for those of us who believe you get 5 years to play 4. That's it. Golf Tour Championship gets underway later today, but the big news, we talked about it, new PGA Tour CEO Brian Roloff promising significant change. He's put together a 9-person future committee led by soon-to-be 50-year-old Tiger Woods. And one WNBA game last night, Paige Beckers with 44, but Kelsey Plum banked in the game-winning shot at the buzzer. LA beat Dallas 81-80.
So that's Plum beats Paige at the buzzer.
Right. And the new ESPN direct-to-consumer service is being offered beginning today for those of you who want to run as far away from it as possible or run to it as soon as possible. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was your starting 5. 5 big stories, and when 44 points is not enough here on Miller and Moulton.
Text line is open, 21,000. For those of you who have never texted the show before, the keyword is Miller. Text Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like Pete in Fort Myers Beach did, David. Put a name to the text. I know that makes you happy.
Yeah!
When talking about relegation in our last segment, talking about the PGA Tour and relegation, says people love to celebrate losers just as much as winners. That's why making a big deal about relegation works. Aren't people great?
Pete, you're great, and we're thrilled to have you there, big fella.
We've got not 1, not 2, but 3 poll questions up today because Lee Sterling, coming up in a matter of minutes, is going to talk some over-unders with us. We wonder what your thoughts are on the 3 Florida NFL teams and their over-unders. The Bucks, 9.5. Early voting, most of you going over. The Jags, 7.5. Very split voting on that one. The Dolphins, 8.5. And the majority of you are going under for the Finns. We'll find out what Lee Sterling has to say and Tim Brando in a little more than an hour right here on Miller and Moulton.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Lee.
There we go.
Well, he doesn't have headsets in, I don't think.
No, he doesn't, I don't think. We see him and we hear him. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Lee? No, he can't.
Wow. Huh.
Lee, can you hear us?
Okay.
Hear me?
We
We
hear
can hear
you.
you fine, Lee. Can you hear us?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Awesome. It's your new digs.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Can't complain. It
Not
was a
yet.
long 3 months. It was a long 3 months. I mean, everything that could go wrong went wrong. I mean, transferring the phone numbers over, they didn't want to. Comcast didn't want to give them to AT&T. They literally had someone showing up at my house for like 16, 17 straight days.
Wow.
Yeah. So ready to go. New lease on life.
Good.
Had my oldest get married.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll send you guys. Her husband posted on TikTok. He keeps what's called the notes and funny things that she says that don't make sense. And he read some of them off, and it was videoed, and he put it on TikTok. He got 13 million views, and they did a piece on it on Good Morning America 3 times during the day on ABC last week.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Wow. Oh. It's either that or talk about Mideast peace in the Ukraine, I guess. So, okay.
Say it again.
No, I'm just saying, well, it's either that or talk about Mideast peace or the Ukraine, but okay.
Right. That's true. So, gotta find it.
So still ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741.
Yep. All right. We'll go
Okay.
next Friday.
Yep.
Sending it to you right now. You guys can watch one of your breaks.
Hey, come on. We're a hardworking show here, Lee. We don't have time for this, okay? Come on.
It's week 0.
Yes.
I sent it to you guys.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, 2 weeks away from the college football season getting underway. According to 55% of our audience yesterday, that's how they answered the question, does Farmageddon count? Does that mean the season's underway? And a majority of you said yes. And Lee Sterling says yes also, because that's why he's with us. He's our handicapper, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Follow him on X at Paramount Sports. How you been?
Good. Busy summer, moved offices, had been in one place for 31 years. They sold the building, so made the move and was talking about doing it. So that made it a little bit quicker and feel like I'm re-energized. And my oldest daughter got married over the summer to
Good. So you're
another
broke.
Kane.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you're
another
broke.
Kane.
So that's good.
So we'll get the
broke.
phone numbers out a couple of times during
Right.
this segment because Lee needs new clients. His
Right.
credit card bill is through the roof.
Think about it. He had to build
One down, one to go is basically where Lee's at.
True.
Right now.
And
How
the
you
youngest
doing?
one is living with a guy, so that could be happening by this time next year.
Wow. Got it. So
That
anyway,
engagement.
ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Listen, I'll let my resident damn right Farmageddon counts start off the segment here.
Well, yeah, I mean, Moulton and I, Lee, have been going at it for over a month because he does not consider week 0 the start of the season. It's simply too early for him. It's Farmageddon. There are people that have Iowa State going to the college football playoff this year as the Big 12 winner. Now, there are about 47 teams that could have been the Big 12. A lot of them aren't even in the conference yet. But K-State, Iowa State, both teams that could contend for the Big 12 title. I'm fired up about it at noon. I know you're fired up about it, Lee. K-State, last time I checked, 3.5?
Down to 3 most places now. And what's interesting, I was shocked. You get back into the mode and you start studying that Iowa State has won 4 of the last 5 straight up, and they've covered all 5. So then I looked at the schedules. Iowa State's 34th strongest, Kansas State 38th, near identical schedules. Here's what was interesting, and the Wildcats were better in almost every single metric except for record. They outgained their opponents by 83 yards per game. Iowa State just 62. They even had a 1.31 yards per play differential over their opponents. Cyclones a puny 0.16 edge here. So why the difference? Iowa State was +9 in turnover ratio last year. Kansas State uncharacteristically -1, where in the past they've been I think they were +11 and +12 the last 2 years before that. I think they've got the more explosive quarterback here and Avery Johnson running and throwing the football. Crazy that Iowa State goes 11-3 and only had 16 sacks. Usually you see the better teams from the Power 4 conferences, they're 30-plus sacks. If they're going to win 11 or 12 games, they only had 16, and Kansas State had 35. They're much better at creating havoc here. I think Kansas State's quarterback situation just a touch better. Also special teams. I like Kansas State come out on top 27-20.
All right, laying the 3 with K-State in Farmageddon. All right, let's stick with colleges then and over-unders. We'll do the big 3 in the state of Florida. Sorry, UCF and South Florida for this day. So the Canes have the highest over-under at 9.5. Which way are you leaning?
Slightly under. I'm not playing it. I can see Miami going 9-3. I think they'll probably split between Notre Dame and Florida, and they'll find a way to lose at least 2 other games some way, somehow. I think they're better in the trenches. They've kind of flipped over the roster in 3 years. What they've done is they've gone from being more of a finesse team under Manny Diaz to a power team in the offensive and defensive lines. Close to getting too deep on offense and defense. I'll go slightly under. I think they go 9-3.
Well, and they were supposed to be a power team at the line of scrimmage last year. The defense disappointed in a big way. So we'll see if all of the work that Mario Cristobal's done to get the improvement of the recruits will help that line and be as good as it's expected to be this year. The Gators
also the defensive coordinator, brought in a new defensive coordinator from Minnesota. I think he's highly respected, and Mario was just afraid to say anything, to rock the boat, and it cost them down the stretch.
All right, the Gators, they are at 7.5. Their whole season depends on DJ Lagway. It's a tough schedule.
Yeah.
But where do you look at the Gators with 7.5?
A lot of these lines are really sharp. I mean, I can tell you this much: of all these games teams we're going to talk about, I did not give out any to my clients, and I gave out 10 college football over-unders and 7 NFL. I'm going to give you one conference winner in the NFL in one of the 3 games, but I think that Dallas Wilson's going to be a huge benefit, bringing him in as a true freshman. They've got 2 super studs at wide receiver. So I think I like their receiving core. I think their offensive line should be better. DJ Lagway is that good. I think they go 8-4, slight lean to the over.
All right. Slight under on the Canes, slight over on the Gators. Knowles number 7.5 as well.
I have them going 7-5. I think they're going to be improved. Some people think they're going to finish 3rd or 4th in the ACC. I don't think they're there yet. Their quarterback play, they only scored 15 points per game. I mean, it was painful to watch that offense. So they brought in a bunch of transfers again. Not saying they're going to hit on them like they did 2 years ago, but there's got to be somewhere in between and a little more manageable schedule. I think Georgia Tech is the surprise team in the ACC, but I have them winning 7 games, 7-5.
We're with you. Georgia Tech, like that quarterback King and what he can do. They're going to be salty. Louisville could be salty as well, giving Miami some problems. We all think Clemson's going to get to the title game, but Miami's got to beat some teams in order to be the team playing the Clemson Tigers at the end of the season. All right, the Sunday teams. Let's start with the Bucks. The highest over-under, 9.5. For what it's worth, Lee, I think the Bucks go to the NFC Championship game. I like the over here. Do you agree with me?
So I'm going to send you a copy of my bet. I have a couple bets. I bet it once and I bet it again before it moved. I have the Bucks going 10-7. Didn't bet it. They're over under, but I have them to win the NFC conference. So if they get to the playoffs, 15-1. It's now 14-1. So you're looking for a long shot, to go to the Bahamas or maybe to Europe next summer, which I'm planning. I got to take now 2 sets of kids and their mates, and so I like the Bucks at 15. It's now 14-1. I just, outside of Detroit and Philadelphia, and there's questions with both. I don't think there's any team in the NFC that really doesn't have a perceived weakness. I mean, after the Bucks, the next favorite after them is Chicago at 17.5-1. Give me the Bucks at 14-1. I think it's still a really good bet.
Wow. So going over on the Bucks, 9.5, and taking a flyer on a playoff run as well. All right. Dolphins. Okay. Are they going to have a winning season or a losing season? Because the over-under's 8.5.
I think I could start a cornerback for them. I think they have the worst trio of starting cornerbacks we maybe ever seen since the merger, 1970. I mean,
whoa,
these are guys that would maybe barely make rosters. So they did not upgrade there. Their offensive line still isn't good enough. Tight end isn't good. I mean, I have them winning like 6 games. I think the under.
I bet that as soon as it came out, Lee. I'm right there with you. I don't think McDaniel lasts the whole season. I hope
Chris Greer. I think he's part of the problem, maybe as much of a problem. But Chris Greer, how does someone last 9 years making all these personnel moves?
We've wondered it for at least the last 3, Lee. We've questioned a lot of the moves he made. All right, the Jags, and we put all 3 of these up for our poll questions today on X. Miller_Moulton, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X, if you want to vote on the NFL over-unders that we're talking about right now. And the public, for what it's worth, with you on Tampa, with you on Miami, the 7.5 for the Jags. Our audience is very split. Where are you on the Jags?
I like the over. I like the free agent signing of Patrick McCarry. He's a guy that can play any position, doesn't get a lot of fanfare. I mean, normally I look at the Pro Football Focus grades, and they're pretty good. I think they're way off on this guy. He is really good at positioning his the guy that he's blocking, and he can play all 5 positions. They have 8 guys. They only had 3 last year that could play on a consistent basis. Now they've got 8, and I think you're going to see a reemergence of Jacksonville. I think they win 9 games this year.
I'm with you. I'm playing a hunch. I'm taking the Jags to get to at least 8.
Yep. All right. That's interesting.
Playing a hunch.
That's a tough schedule.
Yep.
So to review, Lee Sterling takes K-State in Farmageddon, lay the 3. All right. Over on the Gators, under on the Canes and Knowles. To the NFL, over on the Bucks, over on the Jags, under on the Dolphins. ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Need to fill his account. He just paid off a wedding, and apparently another one could happen next offseason. Have some compassion for the man, will you?
Yeah. Also, let everyone know when they finish listening to your show each and every day, Locked On Bets is back. You can hear me and my co-host, Kevin Rogers, each and every day give out 4 or 5 selections now in baseball with football coming back, UFC. So check us out on YouTube, Spotify, Apple, each and every day, Locked On Bets, and got specials up there for football. We've won 30 of 31 seasons. You can see every single one of my games. If you go to ParamountSports.com under recent results over the last 5 years, hopefully you're looking for someone who's honest and can win for you.
Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Locked On Bets, you say?
Yeah, Locked On Bets
right.
on the Locked On Network.
All right. Good luck with that. And hey, your equipment worked. Your new studio looks good and it works.
Thanks.
Way to go, baby.
Finally. No problem with the internet connection or
nothing. This is
I didn't even hear that AOL dial-up this time, Lee. Right. I was really impressed.
No more jokes. No more jokes. We've entered the 21st century.
Thanks, Lee. Looking forward to talking to you all season long, buddy.
All right, guys. Take care.
Lee Sterling will join us every Friday at 7 a.m. here on Miller and Moulton. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, do I need to close the drapes? Or is
I don't
it
care.
okay?
It's fine.
Okay.
I saw a video, just, random video. This guy telling a story was filling up his truck at a gas station, and there was a very beautiful woman there in a Infinity. And a guy pulled up in his pickup truck. He goes, only a half lift on it. And you could imagine what this guy started describing the guy. And the guy starts talking. He goes, I can't hear it because the radio or whatever's on the speaker at the gas thing. And he's trying to pick the girl up. The girl finally, he can hear enough of it. She says, yeah, give me your phone. I'll give you my number. And so she puts her number in there and she says, I can't ever have enough gay friends. To which the guy starts screaming at her, I'm not gay. And she's like, well, you may not know it yet, but you definitely are. And then just verbally, he's like, you could fix the lift in your truck, get new clothes, get a new attitude. I still wouldn't go out with you. Drives off in his car. Now, I don't know if he made it up, but then he gets in his truck all ticked off, drives away, never untook the gas thing. He goes, so if you're going to the whatever at exit 46, pump 5 doesn't work right now. That is a savage comeback from a woman.
That is outstanding.
Not that there's anything wrong with it. I did the first two. I did the Bucks and Dolphins without even looking at a schedule. The Jags, I was concerned. I looked at the schedule.
Okay.
And I played the schedule game quickly. And it's a tough ask.
The number's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good. But I mean, they've got a 3-game homestand. I don't know which one of them. LA's in. So one of these games is in Europe. But I mean, Kansas City, Seattle, and the Rams. Can they win any of those? I mean, maybe one.
Boy,
I mean,
I'd
they
really
could
like
be
somebody.
5, 1, and 6 to start the year.
I'd love for somebody to tell me what's going to happen in the NFC West, please. I have just
not a clue.
No, the Stafford back injuries got me concerned, and I'm at a loss.
Right. And we talked earlier about San Francisco with how thin they are to start the year.
Yep. And that I
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Tim Brando to talk plenty of college football coming up at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X is how you can contact us. You can take in the show via Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Also, Miller and Moulton on YouTube. Feel free to chime in our chat rooms, both. We really appreciate it. You can text us. 21,000 is our text line. If you haven't ever or in a while, throw in the keyword Miller, Miller. That'll get you through. 21,000, keyword Miller. And we are on a poll question roll. We are the Cubs against the Brewers lately. Okay? We're the Phillies. All right? We're on a roll, baby. At least in the number of poll questions. We don't know if they're any good, but, we just have a lot of them.
Very simple today because we knew Lee Sterling was coming on and we knew Lee was wanting to do the over-unders of the college and pro teams in Florida, the big three, at least in college, and then the three professional teams. We already did the over-unders for the Canes, Gators, and Knowles last week, so we threw up the three NFL teams. 9.5 for the Bucks. Right now, early voting, but 83% of you are going over the 9.5 for the Bucks. The Jags is at 7.5. That one is a lot more split. 55% over, 45% under. For what it's worth, David Moulton went over. I went under. And the Dolphins right now is where the most decisive vote is. 89% of you voting under 8.5 games. Trent Valley is the only one that's voted over right now. Somehow, our former producer and fill-in co-host thinks that the Dolphins are going to win 10 or 11 games this year. I don't see it.
Do you think he's just doing that hoping to then be smart and he could say, I was the only one who believed in Mike McDaniel and the Fins? Fins up, baby.
Well, no, only because, David, you would have been proud of young Trent last Friday when he filled in for you. He came with color-coded schedule sheets. He had spent time filling things out, did the schedule game. He came prepared for his three Florida pro teams.
Okay.
And he's high on the Miami Dolphins. I have no idea why.
Huh. Boy, he's the only one. So much so, Joe Shad wrote a story last week, Palm Beach Post. He wrote a story that basically said, enough with the negativity around the Dolphins, folks. My goodness. Yes, they have concerns and issues, and he particularly took on the national media and said, man, you guys can't dump on this team enough. I mean, you act like everybody on this team sucks. So I don't know how many fans.
Joe, my response would be, Joe, how has your team that you cover done against good teams? They've done horribly. Horribly. Mike McDaniel and Tua don't beat playoff teams. So let's just look at the number of playoff teams that they'll play this year. They get Buffalo twice, obviously. They play the Chargers, a playoff team from a year ago. They play Baltimore, a playoff team from a year ago. They play Washington. They play at Pittsburgh, and they play Tampa Bay. So their schedule not seemingly that difficult because that's not a ton of playoff teams.
That's 7 playoff games.
If you believe all of those teams are going back to the playoffs. That's the first thing. But I think we know, and I know week 1 doesn't tell us everything, but man, oh man, is that game big for both of those teams. Miami at Indianapolis. Two teams that both won 8 games a year ago. And if you're Miami, don't you feel like you're the better team than the Indianapolis Colts? But their strengths are kind of where your weaknesses are.
And we mentioned it yesterday. I got the stat wrong at first, eventually got it right. The Colts have not won week 1 since 2013. They have lost their last 11 opening games of a season. That is remarkable. Boy, it screams they're due, doesn't it? Don't you have to be scared if you're a Dolphin fan and you're convinced you're the better team, but you hear that stat and you go, is this like Susan Lucci in the daytime Emmys? I mean, they got to win one of these one time.
Well, if they get Indianapolis week 1 on the road, and you're right, David, I'd be nervous if I were a Dolphin fan as well on that one. But if they get Indianapolis, then they have New England at home. That's obviously a very winnable game.
Sure.
They go to Buffalo on a short week. We all think they're losing in Buffalo on a Thursday night.
That's a lock.
Right. Then they come back and host the Jets on a Monday night.
Got to win it.
At Carolina.
Ooh, boy. If you're Trent Bally, you're like, well, that's a win, baby. We're 4-1.
Well, and that's exactly what Trent had them at. 4-1 to start the year. And then every Dolphins' favorite game. They're home for the Chargers. And let's be honest. Everyone that's a Dolphin has earmarked that game because the Tua Herbert things have not stopped. Not at all since those two were drafted.
Each have the same number of playoff wins.
But I mean, okay, so then they go to Cleveland and to Atlanta back to back. I mean, you can see a scenario where they're 7-2 sitting there, 6-3 sitting there, David.
Well, they're 4-1 hosting the Chargers. Okay, best case scenario, they beat the Chargers. They go beat Cleveland in Cleveland because Cleveland's going to compete with New Orleans to be on the clock. All right, that's your best case scenario. Then say you got to lose in Atlanta.
Lose to Atlanta. They lose one of the two. I just look at those two road games and they split them.
Let's just say that they're 5-3 because they lost to the Chargers as well because they lose to playoff teams. So they're 5-3. If they're 5-3, play the schedule game.
Home for Baltimore on a Thursday.
5-4.
Home for Buffalo. 5-5. They're not beating Buffalo.
They need to.
I mean, that pause, I had to cut you. I couldn't even let you have that pause.
I know. So it was a Rome pause. So you jumped in.
Home for Washington in Madrid. It's a Dolphin home game, but they're playing that game in Madrid.
I do think the Commanders are taking a big step back this year. They better get McLaurin signed. I'm telling you, that'll be a problem in that room. When you got the coaches begging the general manager to get a player signed, they know how important he is. I'm telling you, they better get this done.
And they'll lose a lot of the good sentiment that new owner and the new stadium and all the things that have been going so well for the Commanders over the last 12 months. They don't get McLaurin in here soon. They lose goodwill with the fan base.
All right. Let's just say that, whatever. They win at Madrid. They're 6-5.
New Orleans.
7-5. Gotta be.
At the Jets. I think that's a split. If we give them the first one, come on now. They're not beating the Jets twice. I think that's fair and reasonable, David.
They should, though.
Then they go to Pittsburgh.
7-7.
On a Monday night.
Right. 7-7.
Home for Cincinnati.
That secondary against Joe Burrow and those receivers, are you kidding me?
Right. Home for Tampa Bay at New England.
So in January, we think they're going to go to the cold weather and they're going to win, huh? So so we've got them like 7-10 then. Maybe 6-11. Maybe 6-11. Potential to get off to a really good start. And then after Columbus Day, we don't see a lot of wins, do we?
Not many. Not many. I mean, they're going to have to beat teams like the Chargers and the Commanders and win a game on the road against a team like the Jets or Atlanta. If your expectations are high for the Dolphins, can they take care of business against the bad teams at home and sneak away a win or two against someone good on the road? For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It is the gift that keeps giving, David.
For three of us, it is
Hey,
laugh
well,
out
that's
loud
all.
funny.
Is there anything else that matters?
I wish we had our old drops. I wish we had Bobby saying it's a dadgum good point.
Oh.
I wish we had Tommy Morrison saying it's the altitude.
You got anything here?
You got something?
Kinda. I don't know if
Okay.
it gets us through the whole segment, but it gets us started.
That's fine. Amazon NFL Network, Johnny, 2 games. Remember, a third preseason game. You should see no one.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. When Tim Brando will join us, we had an extended conversation with Timmy B. And we'll play large parts of it for you coming up at the top of the hour.
One thing you'll definitely notice in our chat with Tim Brando is that the interview is just with David. Even though I ask half the questions, I'm not there. And the irony is that I called Tim for the interview. We talked. And when he said, David, I said, no, this is Mark. Oh, okay, Mark, how you doing? And we had a nice 2-minute conversation before we started the interview.
Right.
And then every time I asked a question, he went, well, David.
Yes. And it was funny, too, because it was every time Mark asked a question. I don't think one of the times he said, David, I had asked him anything.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. I'm
Right.
pretty sure that's correct.
So,
David, I saw a head. Oh,
I was just going to say it's Moulton and Moulton interviewing Tim Brando coming up.
most of you will enjoy that more anyhow. But I noticed a headline that, I'll give them credit. The headline made me click the article. And then I read the short 4 or 5 paragraphs, and I was intrigued enough to bring it up on the show. Because the paragraph or the headline is this, David. Urban Meyer thinks the NFL should suspend Jim Harbaugh. And on the surface, that's a juicy headline. I mean, obviously, Urban coached at Ohio State. Harbaugh was at Michigan. We all know the history between those two schools. And I'm like, why is Urban even talking about this?
I know why.
Oh, I know exactly why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Tressel, when he ended up being let go by Ohio State for the whole tattoo gate, he was suspended by college football. And
well, it's more than that even. It's more than that. Did they say in the column? See, this is largely forgotten. Okay. Mark, the NFL suspended Terrell Pryor coming into the league.
Right. That's why not only did they suspend Tressel in the NFL, they suspended Pryor. So skip the Pryor thing. Let's just stick to the coaches, David, because you're right. They suspended Terrell Pryor, but they suspended Tressel. He went and took a job with the Colts. And the NFL honored the college football penalty of Tressel. And he was suspended for the first 6 games of the year and couldn't work for the Colts. And he was hired he was working in their replay room, but he could not work the first 6 games. So isn't that precedent?
Mm-hmm. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And when you see Urban Meyer wants Harbaugh suspended, I'm sure if you saw that headline, a lot of you would go, oh, God, that's the Ohio State coach going after the Michigan coach. Whatever. But upon further review,
Mm-hmm.
and it's still the Ohio State coach going after the Michigan coach. Don't get me wrong. There's no doubt. But the evidence that he has to support his reason behind it is valid.
When I first heard somebody say the NFL should suspend Harbaugh, my first reaction was, this is one of the 5 dumbest things I've ever heard. And then within about a minute, I realized, oh, wait a minute. And see, I forgot about the Tressel suspension. I'll be honest with you. But I remember Terrell Pryor getting suspended 5 games for what he did at Ohio State. And 15 years ago, because remember, Tressel coached through 2010. This whole scandal came down in the first few months of the 2011, and Tressel resigned around Memorial Day in 2011. Fickle takes over, goes 6-6. Urban unretires after a year and leads them to an undefeated season in 2012. So this is 14 plus years ago. Boy, Mark, how different the NFL felt about college football then versus now. Because now they're doing nothing but attacking college football, putting marquee teams and marquee games up against their playoffs. They resent the fact that college football even wants to play games from mid-December on. But boy, 14 years ago, Mark, they went out of their way to uphold the integrity of college football. And if you screwed up on Saturdays, well, it's a privilege to play on Sundays, and you've burned that.
By the way, the league, when contacted on this matter, amazingly, David, they had, and I quote, no comment.
Huh.
So
it's almost as if, Mark, they've changed their tune in 14 years.
And look it, I wouldn't, if I were the NFL, I wouldn't have suspended Tressel and I wouldn't suspend Harbaugh. They're different leagues. I'm pretty sure that's where we were 14 years ago. I think we found it ridiculous then. We find it ridiculous now. But I do think it is worth pointing out what the NFL did 14 years ago, and now they're at a no comment situation with Harbaugh. I just find it fascinating. And I wish, for sake of the argument, it would have been someone not named Urban Meyer being quoted on the article, because I don't think that helps the cause, if you know what I mean.
Right. It's
Just
too
optics.
prejudicial. Right. Too prejudicial. You can't have an Ohio State guy commenting about Michigan and a Michigan guy commenting about Ohio State. Right. Absolutely. I agree with that. If somebody else could have pointed that out, just the facts, just what the NFL did in the spring and summer of 2011, and how different things are in 2025. Should the NFL send out a meme of Marissa Tomei and my cousin Vinny saying, "We were wrong"?
So that's just one of the things that I caught that the headline grabbed me. And I'm like, what is he spouting off about now? I don't need to hear this. Then I read it and I went, I'll be damned. He's right. And the NFL looks foolish right now with the no comment. Even if they come out and say, you know what, like you said, 14 years ago, we realized we were wrong. We should not be worried about what happens in the NCAA. We're the NFL.
Do you think the reason they don't come out and said we've changed our mind or we were wrong or what have you is because they're fearful of getting sued? Like,
I don't know, David. Help me out here. Did they suspend Mixon when he hit the woman in the NFL? I don't think they did, right? Wasn't it Mixon that hit the girl with Oklahoma?
Yeah, I'm trying to
think. I got that right.
Yeah, well, yeah, there was that. Yeah, there was the Chief and that incident, and it affected his draft status. Mixon fell to the second round. I'm trying to think where they
But they didn't
suspended.
suspend him.
I don't think so. No, I don't.
So they've been on both sides of this. I just, again, if it was and obviously, I've got I got Urban haters making comments in the text line. I get it. But if someone not named Urban Meyer would have started talking about this, would you have felt differently? And don't you think Roger Goodell or somebody at the NFL needs to at least address it?
By the way, even if you hate Urban, take Urban out of it, because all he's doing is citing the facts from 14 years ago. He's just saying, well, 14 years ago when this happened, the NFL penalized both the player and coach who were involved in the college incident because the coach wanted to get an NFL job. I mean, all he's doing is reciting the facts. Now, you can question his motives, but he's not saying anything that's not true. It's not, it's factually based. Now, for the record, and I remember it vividly, you and I thought it was absurd that the NFL was using what happened on
Particularly as
Saturdays.
hard as they came down on this with Saturday stuff.
Yeah. And that and by the way, that a college penalty should be day for day an NFL penalty also. We thought, what? I mean, why won't the NFL, do you think it's hubris, ego, that they won't come out and say they were wrong? I mean, come on, Goodell's got a job.
I think it's ego. They don't. When is the NFL? I mean, I'm sure they have, but David, cite me the times that the folks on Park Avenue have come out and said we were wrong. That's not really in their vocabulary. They're like Fonzie from Happy Days. They can't say it.
Wow, that's a reference.
Yes, it is, but it's a factual reference, David. Look it up. Google it, Chuck.
The NFL says they're wrong by changing their policy from what they did a year or two earlier. By changing the rules, that's the NFL admitting they were wrong without having to say they were wrong.
I had an old hockey coach when I first got into broadcasting, and I don't know if I said something I shouldn't have said, but to the coach, I was speaking out of line because I was talking hockey with him, and I was a very young broadcaster, and I love Gene Ubriaco. He is a great man, but I was a very young, and I bet you Gene wouldn't even remember this, but I said something about the game. It was at the airport, and there were 5. It was the 2 broadcasters, the 2 coaches, and a trainer, and the 2 coaches are talking hockey, and I said something, and I shouldn't have. I should have just sat there and listened, but I offered my hockey knowledge to someone who had only been in the game for about 50 years. He took it really well. He MF'd me from one side to the other. I mean, he verbally berated me for 45 seconds. And I'm white as a ghost, scared to death. And I go sit on the plane, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm freaking out. And then we get to our destination, and we're all waiting for our luggage to come off. And he comes up, and he kind of put his arm around me and kidded with me about something or this, that, and the other. And Ken Double, who was our play-by-play guy, I was doing the color job at that time. Kenny looked at me, and he said, just so you know, that's your apology. You'll never get one. That was your apology right there. And that's kind of how I feel this is, David. It's like, yeah, we were wrong 14 years ago, but we're not going to admit we were wrong. We're just not going to do anything about this here.
So did Tressel call up Terrell Pryor and said, hey, did you see the NFL apologize to us today? And he goes,
exactly.
Wait, what? And he goes, yeah, they made a statement. Okay. They apologized for suspending us back in 2011. They did. I missed it. They said, yeah, right here. No comment. That was the apology right there. No comment.
Frame it if you'd like.
That's a great analogy, Mark.
That's what it looks like to me. So I don't see anything happening to Jim Harbaugh in the NFL. I don't think anyone does.
No.
I don't see the NFL even issuing a statement. I think the NFL will simply ignore it and hope that this passes by in the next couple of days.
But there is some irony, and there is a precedent that is now, well, meaningless. We don't do that anymore. Instead, we attack the sport of college football. How dare they play meaningful games in the second half of December? What are they doing?
That's our half of December, folks.
Yeah. make sure you ruin Army-Navy Saturday and have to play a bunch of games in and around it. You know, we love the military. All those flyovers, we love the military. We just want to ruin the Army-Navy game.
Miller and
that
Moulton.
NFL.
This isn't bothering David at all. You can
No.
tell he's taken this very, very well.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the NFL.
Miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com or anywhere you download your podcast. We are very, very happy to be back on in Tampa, St. Pete. For all of you folks listening in the Tampa, St. Pete area, you can text the show at 21,000. The keyword is Miller. I guess that applies for anyone up and down the network from Fort Myers, Naples to Huntsville, Alabama, and everywhere in between that you can hear the Miller and Moulton show. We thank you so much for taking it in. And if you want to text the show again, 21,000 is the number. The keyword is Miller if you've not texted the show before. Tim Brando coming up in about 8 minutes' time. We were lucky enough to catch up with Timmy B after the show yesterday, and we'll replay that for you. He has his thoughts on college football, the playoff, the Big Ten, the SEC, and lots of other things all ahead on Miller and Moulton.
So, Mark, here's the way you should think it, kind of like Tressel and Terrell Pryor. Every time Timmy B says, well, David, okay, at least we use Miller for the text line. Okay. You know, think of it that way.
Thing. That's really a spelling thing.
I know. I'm just trying to make you feel better because like the sixth time he did it, I look at Mark and Mark just throws his hands up because Tim knows. He knows who's talking. He knows his name. I even sent him notes. I told him, Mark Miller, David Moulton. Hey, David. Thanks, Tim.
Well, it's okay, David, because if Timmy B wants to call me David, I can live with that. The day that my wife or my son or my daughter start referring to me as David, well, then it's a bigger problem. Miller and Moulton. Timmy Brando's next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
This is the day I need you in the studio. I need you to go make a run for some empanadas or something right now.
Sorry about that.
Well, what are you going to do?
Want me to order it online and have somebody deliver it?
No. I should make my wife do it. It's not no one's heard the interview yet, Feeney. We taped the interview yesterday. We've said that 7 times on the show. We can't do everything live. We got Tim yesterday after the show. We recorded it. No one's heard it yet. You're hearing it for the first time.
I didn't see the Huntsville question.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And welcome back to Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We are thrilled to welcome back Tim Brando from Fox, who begins his college football season Saturday night, 6:30 Eastern in Lawrence, Kansas. The Jayhawks hosting Fresno State. We'll get to that in earnest in a moment. Tim, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Couldn't be better. It's great to be with Moulton and Miller, or is it Miller and Martin? I'm trying to remember now who gets top billing.
Well,
it's great to be with both of you.
Tim, it's Miller and Moulton only because it sounds better. I am not top billing on this show by any stretch of the imagination. We worked this out basically on a bar nap in front of the building about 20 years ago, and I said, "What's the show going to be called?" And I waited for David, and he said, "Well, Miller and Moulton sounds better." And I'm like, I kind of thought that too. That was the length of the discussion of the name of the show over 19 years ago. We really worked hard at it, Tim.
You know, you realize right away when a person's in showbiz or isn't in showbiz. You're absolutely correct. It does sound better.
By the way, when did you leave the cozy confines of Louisiana and go national? What year is this for you on the national scene?
Well, it may be 1985, but that I began, but I'm starting my 41st year. Last year was my 40th year. Much of the conference deals, just as was the case in basketball, you might recall, were handled by syndicators, packages like Eddie Einhorn's TVS or the Schwing Brothers and Mislu, or there was a company called Katz that produced games as well. And Lenny Klompus had a company, Metro Sports, that did games out of the West Coast. But the first real break for me, big break, came in 85 from ESPN, January 5th, 85, number 2 Duke at Virginia, hell of a game. And then the phone started ringing after that, David, from a national standpoint. And the following year, the CFA primetime deal was first signed with ESPN, and we began with a new broadcast team that in 1986 with Mike Patrick, Pat McAnally calling the game, and I was the sideline host and sideline reporter through the game. So I was the sideline guy in 1986 for primetime college football. The first big game, you'll probably remember it, Vinny Testaverde and the number 1 Miami Hurricanes with Jimmy Johnson. All those old guys, Jerome Brown, Dan Siligo, all those guys were playing with Melvin Bratton and that great team that went on to play Penn State for the national title. They were at South Carolina, and Joe Morrison was coaching. The man in black was coaching the Gamecocks, and that was my start. We had a little bit of a pregame show, lasted about 30 minutes. My SportsCenter host named Larry Burnett was with Bino Cook on that. And then it was the following year when we began College Game Day.
Well,
that was the year in 1987. I was tabbed at the end of 86, but before the football season ended that year and I was working the sidelines, that was why it was such a big break. I was freelancing in those days, back and forth between Baton Rouge and my games on ESPN. But I was told to come up to Connecticut. I met with Steve Bornstein at that time, and he tabbed me to come up and be a full-time SportsCenter host / play-by-play guy. I was the first guy ever hired to do both play-by-play and studio. It had never been done before that.
Well,
and
Tim, you got the studio gig and you did Game Day. You're working with Bino Cook before Lee Corso was ever brought on board. And
Corso was actually part of the original cast in 1987, but I did his audition. I did Lee's audition, and those guys were just here, David. He wasn't in every week because we had extra games, and he was doing games a lot of those times, a lot of those weekends. But when he did the games, we would have him on remotely. You know, he and Mike Patrick. That was before we got the NFL, David. The NFL in '87 started. Mike would do some Saturday games in '86, and but I did the audition for Lee, and Lee came on board with us at that time. But he was not in the studio every week. Bino was, and a young reporter named Kerry Ross who's the wife of Dave Dombrowski, the longtime and very successful general manager in baseball with the Marlins, with the Phillies, with the Tigers. Now, it's a hell of a story when you think about it. It really is.
Well, and talk about that audition with Lee Corso, because he, from what I read, he worked some magic in many a way to get that gig.
He did. And by the way, I should mention this because it was the first time, they have a habit, I think now, since they're Disney owned at ESPN, they have a little bit of a habit to not recognize anything that happened prior to 1996 with Game Day, when he first put the Buckeye head, on with Kirk and Chris. And I get that to a point because the show became iconic when they took it on the road. But trust me when I tell you, Bino was after them to do that from the inception of the show, as was I. We had a lot of success with the championship games that we covered, both in Miami and in Tempe, when Holtz and the Irish beat West Virginia, with the show being on the road. But we didn't have the budget back then. Cap Cities was a very tight-fisted organization. They did not want to spend the kind of money that obviously Disney has given ESPN to make that show what it is. But Lee and Bino made it creative, and they made it fun. And we did as many creative things as we possibly could to grasp the attention of people. The NFL Today was the first ever pregame show for football, period. Okay, that was in 1975. College football, even with those old Prudential college football scoreboards that we all know and remember, and they would do maybe a 5 to 10 minute little pregame pop that they called the College Football Today with Dials and Merle Harmon. And if the guys were on the road, they might do the sideline guys, whether it was Lampley or Bill Fleming, may do 10 minutes before Schenkel and Bud Wilkinson called the game, and then later Broyles and Keith Jackson called the games starting in 1974. It was my senior year in high school. I remember all this well because I was such a student of it, and I wanted to be like them. But there was never a pregame show. There was never an hour-long pregame show for college football. And the reason was the network affiliates would never clear the time on Saturdays because of cartoons. I mean, that was the world we were living in back then. So when we got the okay to do these games, and we had the rights with the College Football Association, which was all the conferences outside of the Big Ten and the Pac-12, the Pac-8 that back then, every conference, ACC, SEC, Big 8, all the other leagues, plus Notre Dame, were all part of the College Football Association. That included the old WAC with BYU and everyone else out there too. So when we had the rights to do those games, Steve Bornstein had this vision to create the Game Day brand. And the Game Day brand was going to be the NFL Game Day with Chris Berman. And as he would say to me, David, he would say, "You're going to be my college guy. You're my blanking college guy." Okay. And so I was the host, and Bino was going to be, without question. They wouldn't have done the show without Bino. I mean, he was. They knew he had the background as a historian. Plus, he was a quotable guy. All the people on the East Coast knew who he was, and most of the major cities didn't have ESPN back then. Okay, we only had about 25 to 30 million homes, but they had to have an analyst that knew the game. So they brought in Pepper Rogers, who had been in the USFL with the Memphis Showboats. I had covered Pepper in the summer of '85. That's why I'm celebrating my 41st year, because that summer, after I did the basketball game, I was doing USFL games with Marv Levy, with the late Mike Hafner, the former Denver Bronco. We just had a blast. Paul McGuire and I did a couple of games. I replaced Jim Simpson on some games. So we got to know the USFL coaches really, really well. Pepper was a character, as was Lee Corso with the Orlando Renegades. He had Reggie Collier. You remember that name, I'm sure, from Southern Miss fame. So they come in, the two of them, auditions simultaneously. And I should mention to you that I'm really flattered that they thought about finally going back to the roots of game day, because I've never been really asked to do anything for them with any of their retrospectives, 30 for 30s, story, those films that they do so well. They've never come to me, but those were the founding days of College Game Day. And they're doing a piece on Corso called Not So Fast, My Friend, which debuts, I think, at 8 o'clock Friday night on the 22nd. And I'm sure they'll re-air it a lot leading up to his last game day show. But they came and interviewed me for about 2 hours, and I told them the story. And that was that the audition was with the two of them. And I did a lot of auditions in those days. And the whole time they were there, Lee was trying to really do a con job on Pepper, to tell him, listen, you don't want to do this, do you? I mean, Pepper was a really well-paid Washington Speakers Bureau type of speaker. He had Lou Holt's capability in front of people telling stories. But he wasn't necessarily made for television, because storytelling, when you have to speak in 15-second sound bites and get on to the next thing, doesn't always work. But I think Lee felt he was an underdog for the job, because his record as a college coach was not as good, having been at places like Louisville, Indiana, and Northern Illinois. That's not quite UCLA and Georgia Tech, where Pepper had been. So he the whole time when the camera's off, he's like, "Do you really want this? They're telling me they want me every week if I do this job, and I don't think they're going to pay enough money. You don't want to take a pay cut, do you, Pepper?" And so he had pretty much talked Pepper out of really wanting the job at all halfway through the day. And yet Lee really had won the audition easily. Lee was terrific. He was a natural. It was clear he understood what television's needs were in a way that most coaches of his generation would not. Listen, he's 90 now, so he was 51, 52 years old when he was auditioning for that job. And I was 29, 30, 31 years of age. So I'm watching all this happen and seeing Lee play Pepper like a Stradivarius. By the time the auditions were over, I think Pepper had concluded that he needed to get back on the speaking circuit anyway and really wasn't interested in it.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X with Fox's Tim Brando. Welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X with Fox's Tim Brando. You can follow him on X, and he is a very lively follow on it. Welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X with Fox's Tim Brando. At Tim Brando. Follow on X at Tim Brando. Very lively follow.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. With Fox's Tim Brando, you can follow him on X, and he is a very lively follow on X at Tim Brando, Brando, because as you know, he is very shy and not opinionated. All right. You have some, Tony Petitti because of his days at CBS, so he's coming at this from the TV perspective. You know that as well as anybody. Okay. Is he as wise as a fox here, or is he a fish out of water with some of his ideas?
Well, I think that the most recent story that leaked over the weekend, he's probably unhappy about, that he would not have wanted that to leak out. But I do think he's wise as a fox. There's a very big difference between the way Tony Petitti operates and Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, operate. Now, actually, David, I think it's good because they have a good relationship as a result. You know, they're not the same at all. Tony Petitti is a television man who has always come up with different ideas. In fact, as a young programmer at ABC, that's what he was in. It was a vice president of programming at a very young age. Really smart guy, but a behind-the-scenes guy that doesn't need anyone to really know who he is. You know, people know who he is now because he's the commissioner, but he governs the way a television executive would, and that is no one's going to know until we announce the deal. We don't want anyone to know until we announce the deal. So some of these leaks are coming from places within his conference office I'm sure he's not happy about, with a lot of the writers who just won't stop trying to get information. And most of those writers are just doing their job, but Tony's not making himself available to them. Access to a television executive of Tony Petitti's capabilities is always going to be difficult because he doesn't want the competition to know what he's doing. And in this case, a lot of that competition might be those that are involved in college football, but not on the highest level, other than Greg Sankey. I really believe he and Greg probably talk 2 or 3 times a week and probably laugh at some of the things that they read and hear being said about the two of them being at odds with one another. I really believe that. But the notion that we should take more of the subjectivity away from the committee and have more automatic qualifiers, I absolutely agree with. Absolutely agree with. Take some of the knee-jerk reaction and human flaws that we've seen both in the 14 playoff a couple of years ago when Florida State was undefeated and was left out, and then the subjective flaws that came, I thought, last year when, because of a knee-jerk reaction, Florida State being left out, they were going to make absolutely certain that SMU was in. Those things need to be taken out of the equation, and I think that's what Tony's talking about. Plus, he wants more inventory with more revenue streams with bigger games that people want to watch. Now, some might say, well, that's NFL-like. Well, yeah, to some extent it is. Well, college football has needed a little jolt of NFL understanding of how television works for a long, long time. So I completely understand his point of view on this. I am not saying these things about Tony because of the company I work for. I'm not. I'm simply saying college football has always needed someone that understands TV in charge of the way the game is presented and the product is protected. And Petitti has all the requisite tools to do that. I absolutely believe that we'll have 16 teams next year. I do think there'll be some form of qualifications that can take place on the field that takes some of the freedom that the committee has to screw things up away.
Well, do you think, Tim, though, one of the things that Tony Petitti wants to do badly are these play-in games in the Big Ten, you know,
right.
And I don't know how much and I get it from the inventory standpoint. I get it from the TV standpoint. I don't know how much the college football world is clamoring for Minnesota against Illinois to see who gets in a playoff. I don't know if that helps the sport. I understand automatic qualifiers, but I don't understand a play-in game against essentially what are going to be 500 type teams qualifying for a playoff.
Well, that's what came out in this most recent story that I'm sure he didn't like. coming out. but if you're looking from a futuristic standpoint, I would say with that particular story that you're discussing here, David, is one that would be reality and probably work in 5 to 10 years after we've seen the effects of NIL, the transfer portal, the revenue share, and all of that take place. I think that is down the road. Okay, I don't think it's something that is necessarily something he deems should be done right away. But what he's doing here is he's creating a diversion away from this silly 5 and 11 versus 4-4, 2-2, 1-3. That BS, which has been going on for far too long, and it should not have come out. But I think the reality here is the future of college football and the fan reaction to where the scribes are coming from on all of this, and almost 90% of it is negative. Okay, is coming because the writers are pissed at Tony for not being as accessible as Greg. Greg will hold a press conference in the parking lot of a Costco. Greg will talk to these guys anytime and tell them whatever he wants to tell them to appease them. That's not the way Tony Petitti is wired. And unlike Sankey, Tony is one of these guys that can be and was the smartest man in the room for many, many years in television, but didn't need everybody to know it. The Bowl Championship Series, I mentioned Roy Kramer a little earlier. The BCS, when Kramer came up with the idea, every coach in the SEC hated it. Gene Stallings didn't want to play that game in 1992 in Birmingham. He was scared to death of playing it. And history will show, thank God that George Teague picked off that pass and did what he did. Because had Florida won that game, some of that concern might have been accurate, okay, for the Southeastern Conference and for many coaches not wanting to play an extra game. But as it turned out, it was a seminal moment in the history of the college football postseason that has now been improved mightily since I got involved in the sport over 40 years ago. The reality is it was Tony Petitti's idea to have the BCS so that we could come up with a way to get the Big Ten and Pac-8 at that time to play along with the teams that were in the CFA. And by that time, the conferences had taken control of their television deals anyway. Chuck Mannis and the CFA had gone away. But I'm telling you, he is a guy with a lot of vision, a lot of foresight, and really the kind of guy that you want at the helm moving the sport forward. There have been studies done recently, David, that would blow your mind about how much fans of college football watch our sport, and they're watching now more than they ever have. Yet they could very rarely, if ever, identify 20% of the players they're watching. Now, why do you suppose that is? College football fans aren't NFL fans. They care about their team and maybe the team they're going to play next. They don't give a rat's ass about anybody else, okay? They live in a tunnel, meaning they don't know what they're missing until something else is shown them. How many times did you hear when we went to 12 teams last year, oh my God, the regular season doesn't mean anything? The hell it didn't. It meant more than it ever did. Going to 12 teams last year meant a lot of games involving teams ranked between number 10 and number 20. On Thanksgiving weekend and really all of November meant a hell of a lot more than they would have if we had stayed at 4. It also meant that the best team with the deepest roster got a reprieve and got a chance to play for and win a national championship. This notion, well, I don't want a team with 2 losses winning it all. You don't. Do you remember LSU winning it with 2 losses in 2007? Most fans would tell you no. Well, I'm here to tell you, more football and more revenue is exactly what college football has got to do in the wake of what the NCAA has done to this sport by kicking the can down to the curb for 15 or more years on the NIL and the portal.
That's Tim Brando. We'll finish up our conversation with Tim Brando on the other side. Miller and Moulton.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
With
sound.
summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Michael, the last one we had with Vern, we did it just like this. And once football season starts, there's no time for stuff like this. These are summertime interviews. And I'm glad you like it. But I think we did 2 full segments with Vern, if not an hour. I know we did 2. And it's easy with Tim because for an hour-long interview, you only have to ask 2 or 3 questions.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
And our final moments with Tim Brando of Fox. Follow him on X at Tim Brando, Brando. Before we get into this season specifically, just throwing it out there, it sounds like you are very bullish on the future of this sport, no matter what road it goes down. You like NIL, you like the athletes getting more of the pie, you think that this sport, it sounds like, Tim, is so good that they'll try to screw it up, but they won't.
Yeah, exactly. And in the off season, think about it. You and I are finally going to talk about the game here, and we should. And by the way, the other ground that we covered was great. Remember that old line by Kurt Gowdy in 1978 before his last Super Bowl? I'll never forget it. Don Ohlmeyer was running NBC at the time. Kurt was on his way out, knew it. Enberg was going to take over. They get through with a 3.5-hour meeting prior to the game, and the entire meeting was about the pregame show, which was going to last for 3 hours. Now it lasts for an entire day, right? They get through the meeting, and Ohlmeyer says, okay, anybody got any questions? And Kurt said, yeah. What about the effing game? I got a question, Don. What about the effing game? I thought that was brilliant. The game itself is still a wonderful game. And yet all that we're seeing in print during the summer, all that's being discussed on radio or on podcasts is what's wrong with it. Okay, that's all we get is what's wrong with it. But when toe meets leather on Saturday in Dublin at Farmageddon, that game's going to matter a hell of a lot in the Big 12. And when Kansas opens its new stadium, the David Booth facility that has been refurbished and made into a 21st century stadium, the fans are going to be watching the game and they're going to be going, "Oh my God, look at this, look at that!" It's a great game, and people will be buzzing. College football has never been more popular. It's never made more money. Does it have more issues? Absolutely, it does. But we needed to get to these issues at some point. Otherwise, we were going to let the NCAA and these incredibly inept presidents of universities who have been staring down their nose in a condescending way at athletics for years to screw it all up again. And we need to take care of that. And so that's why I feel as positively as I do about it. If you don't have the goods to be in the business of sports at the collegiate level, get the hell out. Just get out. And if somebody says to me, well, it just costs too much, the little guy can't compete. Well, there's a place for the little guy. You can go play in the FCS and enjoy that. But I'll tell you what you're going to find out when you play at that level, and that is it costs almost as much to have a Division I FCS program as it does a Division I Group of 5 program. The only difference is you don't get paid in the end the way you do when you're at the Group of 5. So that's my thought on that.
All right, well, coaches get paid now. One of them's Lance Leopold. He's done a pretty nice job at Kansas, turning it around from an afterthought in football to 2 years ago, getting a 9-win season. And last year, despite losing 7 times, they lost Illinois by less than a touchdown. They lost to UNLV by 3, West Virginia by 4, Arizona State by 4, Kansas State by 2. I mean, this 5-7 could have easily, been another 9-win season. So not just for the Fresno State game, but what are your long-term thoughts about this Jayhawk team? They've got a senior quarterback. They could be, you like to use that fly in the ointment thing. Did they qualify for that in the Big 12, Tim?
Well, generally I use fly in the ointments for Group of 5 conference teams only, David. But I'll say this to you. This is a program from a foundational standpoint that's in a better position than even their neighbors in Manhattan, Kansas, at Kansas State, as a program that bigger conferences are going to be taking strong looks at moving forward. I'm not saying they're leading the Big 12, but I'm saying from a foundational standpoint, from a financial standpoint, I mean, imagine what they could be worth if they came into either the Big 10 or if they went into the SEC. That foundationally they'd mean a lot. Plus, they bring a blue blood basketball program to the process as well. So their foundation is really, really solid and really good. Lance Leipold is a winner. What he did in Buffalo was just a byproduct of what he had done at Wisconsin Whitewater. He's got some changes at coordinator, guys like Andy Kotelnicki, who was recognized to be so good that they had to get him at Penn State. And if Drew Aller gets his act together, maybe he can run Kotelnicki's offense. But he's got a better offense to run. Aller's just not shown any signs that he's been up to the big game moments in the passing game. And he also needs better receivers at Penn State. But Kansas lost Jalen Daniels again to injury last year, their fine quarterback. He's back. I think this is his 7th year of eligibility. They also lost Lorenzo Neal, the Kansas kid, who's now on the Saints roster. I think he was the 3rd-round pick. But they've replaced them and have good, solid backs in LeSean Williams and Daniel Henshaw. And Henshaw is a really good running back, stud out of Moore, Oklahoma. We're talking about guys that were playing and transferred in from big schools that are part of the process now. Both are on the Doak Walker list. They've got really good receivers in Emmanuel Henderson and Bryson Candy and Cam Pickett, guys that can go deep and get vertical for them. And from a defensive standpoint, I think that's going to be the area of most concern. The linebacking core is brand new, mostly transfers. They do have a solid edge rusher in Dean Miller, a kid that is transferred in, was a big-time talent in the Pac-12, and was had the 6th most sacks. When you think about guys that were tremendous players a year ago playing at a very high level, he was one of them. But again, they need that consistency, I think, from a defensive standpoint. The stable and the culture is already there. It was put in really from the time that Leipold got there, and then the bowl victory, the bowl opportunity they had against Arkansas when they fell short after the 23 season. And then, of course, last season didn't go as well. But I do believe Kansas is a contender. Everybody in the Big 12 is a contender. And I think that Kansas is just one of those teams because of the consistency at quarterback. If Daniels can stay healthy, they'll be in good shape. They've recruited really well. They've got a freshman phenom that's not even listed as their number 2 QB that everybody's drooling over in the 7-on-7s in the offseason. So, yeah, Kansas is a team to keep an eye on. But, hell, every team in the Big 12 really is, because any team in that league could win the league. I mean, other than maybe Frosty at UCF, and I'm going to give him a couple of years, and he'll be in the fray, I bet. Every team in that league has got a puncher's chance, it seems.
Tim, to put a bow on this, okay, you and I have talked off air. We both want the basketball tournament to stay where it is now. We don't want it to go 72 or 76. We all know that it will, but we're against it. If it was up to you, just give me a number, 12, 14, 16, 24, whatever. What is, all the variables. What would be your number going forward for the best interest of college football?
I think 16 is the number. I know people don't like the idea of automatic qualifiers, but I'm all in favor of taking it out of the hands of the committee and putting it into the hands of the players who can take care of that on the field. By the way, creating opportunities for play-ins within that framework of 16 can be done just as easily as with 28. As was reported in this wild story that we began the conversation with, which we had to, and I understand that. But I think 16 is the number. And I think that if you ask even though the SEC and the Big Ten have the power, and they do contractually with 4 getting in, if you were to ask both Brett Yormark and Jim Phillips in a private room without consequences, are you really okay? I mean, you're saying you really want 5 and 11. But if we said this is a mandate, you've got to accept this, and you're automatically going to get 2 in, wouldn't you take it? I would in a heartbeat. And I think that would be the wisest choice to make. I love the idea of additional teams coming at large, a couple of additional teams at large, and a group of 5 being guaranteed. That should happen. Should absolutely happen. The other thing I'm in favor of, and this is important, I'm not in favor of one, and this is where I will sound like a homer. I don't want to see college football playoff games being sold off, sub-licensed to Turner when Turner has not invested in college football. Okay? They're getting involved now because they lost the NBA, and to keep their cable rates up, they have to have live programming. But you and I both know, David, you've been in this business forever. When you sell off playoff games, that's telling you what from ESPN? They know it's a lost loser when you're playing games up against divisional playoff games and wild card weekend in the NFL. We have commissioners of college football that are concerned more now with format structure, and we also need to have them in charge of calendar structure. This week is week 0, August 23rd. Why the hell can't August 9th be week 0? Why can't we start 2 weeks earlier? Spring football is going to become a thing of the past. These guys are like OTAs in the NFL. They're 24/7, 365. You start this season 2 weeks earlier, and you finish, by God, at New Year's Day or the week of New Year's Day, and get the hell off late January. You're screwing up college basketball season with it ending at the end of January, and you're screwing up your property and not protecting the product when you're going up against the NFL playoffs.
We started by saying he's a great follow on X because he has a tendency to be opinionated. He's Tim Brando of Fox, year number 41 on the national scene. He will begin it in Lawrence, Kansas, Saturday night, 6:30 Eastern on Big Fox, the Jayhawks against Fresno State. Tim, thanks so much for your time. Safe travels. All the best to you and the family. Hopefully during this busy season, we can connect again.
You got it. And give my best to my colleagues over at CBS. You know what I'm talking about. And wish Gary all the best in his final season. He was the best in the business, and I wish him well. And, yeah, I promise not to be as opinionated on the game Saturday.
Thanks so much,
Tim Brando.
You bet.
Tim Brando of Fox, back at it for year 41, Saturday night in Lawrence, Kansas, hosting Fresno State. So we got into it yesterday, you and me, about week 0 and how I'm not ready for the season to start on August 23rd. Hell, Timmy B wants 1 or 2 games already in the books. Let's get this party started.
Right. We're already ready for game 2 or 3 this weekend.
Right. Conference season.
Right.
I think it's about ready to kick off if it's up to Timmy B. I mean, I don't know if that shocked everybody the way it took us by surprise. We were, we had a long chat, obviously, and then near the end, he says, let's get this thing started on August 9th. Miller and Moulton looked at one another like, oh my goodness, I don't even know if they're back in school in Florida yet. That's how early that is. My goodness.
Well, part of that. And Tim said it with his first answer. What was the first national game he did? Duke, Virginia, college basketball. He still loves college hoop. And it pisses him off that the regular season of college basketball has been devalued and overtaken by how long college football runs over college basketball. And that, I believe, as much as anything, is why Tim wants to push the season back a couple of weeks, or up a couple of weeks, rather.
So we covered a lot of ground, and whatever ground we didn't cover, Tim made sure that, he went off on a little tangent or two, and he covered. So that was an extended chat with Tim Brando. We got a lot of feedback. Many of you saying, I kind of like an extended chat with somebody. Maybe you should do a little more of this. Okay, we'll try. It's easier to do during an off season, I must admit, than during a season when there's, quote, more going on. But yeah, I mean, we had one with Vern Lundquist, I think, last year or 2 years ago, heading into his last Masters. We'll take it under advisement. Absolutely. Appreciate the feedback.
Moulton all for it. Miller, not as much,
right.
Because there's a lot more work for one of us when this happens. And I wonder who that is.
And the percentile.
David tried to buy me off yesterday. Let me just put it to you that way. He tried to buy me off yesterday.
Yeah, this isn't even a 99 to 1 percentile. This is like 105 percentile to -5 in terms of the extra work. So Mark's looking at me going, yeah, these extended talks, they're a great idea. You blankety blank.
Miller and Moulton, hope you enjoyed our interview with Tim Brando. Lee Sterling joined us earlier on the show today, and he discussed the Week 0 game, Farmageddon, K-State and Iowa State, as well as over-unders for the 3 Florida pro teams and the big 3 Florida college teams. The 3 pro teams are the crux of our poll questions. Over-unders for the Bucks, Jags, and Dolphins. Right now, 92% of you going under 8.5 on the Miami Dolphins. The bonus hour's next.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, David, you'll love this. I don't know. John McClain reposted it from Baseball Greatest something. I don't know the name, but we all know how amazing Gibson was in 68. That said, here are his stats for his 22 victories. 0.57 ERA. 22 complete games. 13 shutouts. 204 innings pitched. 13 16 earned runs, 2 home runs, 4.89 strikeouts to walks, a 168 batting average against. Is that good?
Well, here's what's really good. So the 22 wins, he had 22 complete games. That's 198 innings. And you said he threw
Means he went
204.
extra innings 6 times.
Right. See, through
Six
six extra
innings.
innings.
Extra innings.
Right.
Right.
So he basically averaged 9.25 innings in those 22 starts. Yeah. I don't know. That seems pretty good. I mean, Alcantara threw 114 pitches yesterday, Mark. He went 7. Glad you liked it, that Chuck. It's always a gamble. Don't know whether or not people are going to get bored by it and turn it off, or they're all in.
And I'll be honest, we got a couple of nice comments there. I mean, not this overwhelming response for what it's worth. So I would have loved it if I could have snuck out and got an empanada. Cam Fancher is your UCF starting quarterback.
I'm sorry, who?
Cam Fancher, Fancher. He's the kid from FAU.
Okay.
He was named the starter. And Caitlin Clark apparently hurt her ankle while rehabbing to come back. They're going to miss the playoffs.
I don't know about that. Top 8 make it. I think they're
Top
6.
8 made it? Okay, I'm sorry. They're 6. I thought that there was top 6. I thought they were in jeopardy. I apologize. That's on me.
But I will say, though, they only got like 9 games left. I mean, they have a bad week. They can go from 6 to 9 with a bad week. They have no backcourt play anymore. They're all hurt.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour. It was just for the 239 and the 904, but now we got the 727, the 813, the 656 involved, all from Tampa, St. Pete. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Just had a long conversation with Tim Brando. We welcome your feedback. 21,000 on the text line. Keyword Miller. Only have to do it once, but keyword Miller to 21,000. Or the chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, or the Miller and Moulton YouTube channel. Who's this quarterback for UCF that just got announced?
I knew you were going to do that to me. I'm looking at so much stuff during the break, and of course I peeled past that. It's the kid from FAU got named the starter.
Cam Fancher?
Yeah, Cam Fancher. There you go.
Huh.
There was 3 quarterbacks in the mix, a Miami transfer, an Indiana transfer, and this kid, UCF named him the starter today, at least for the first game.
All right. He started 9 games last year for FAU, 6 TDs, 6 interceptions. I don't know. Seems like a runner, though. Rushed for nearly 400 yards. He spent 3 years at Marshall, rushed for nearly 500 yards 1 year. Okay. All right.
Well, You know, for all of the pomp and circumstance of UCF jumping in the Big 12 and how elated their fan base was, and trust me, they let us know about it. Any time they feel they've turned into, I don't know. I'm trying to figure the right word to call the UCF fan base, because they're not the most obnoxious fan base in the state of Florida, and it's not close. But maybe the most annoying, because if they feel you slight them, they jump down your throat. You're disrespecting UCF. Well, since they've joined the Big 12, their fan base has, for the most part, crawled under a rock. We've barely heard from them in the last couple of years. And to me, at some point, these guys got to get to a bowl game in the Big 12.
I'll give Scott Frost a total pass this year. And I mean total.
I got you.
Because not only is he inheriting a program in the bottom part of the conference, but he then blew up the roster. So I think you and I will both be surprised if this is the year that UCF has their best year during their brief Big 12 residency, if you will. But
there's no way it's this year, because their road schedule is a bear. The problem is, David, they're nowhere near the middle of the pack in that conference.
No,
they're
not
a bottom feeder. And they thought they would jump into this conference and be able to be a 500 team in conference. Win there's some out of conference games and get yourself to a bowl game. 7-5, 8-4 if things go well. But
they have a big opportunity. They get North Carolina at home. Obviously, we know that means Bill Belichick. But with Bill Belichick this year, figures to come a lot of media attention. Maybe getting your game on a network in a time slot that you don't normally get. If I'm a UCF fan, by the way, root for North Carolina hard week 1. Remember, they wrap up
Labor Day, right?
Labor Day evening. I believe they've got the prime time slot all to themselves Monday night.
Yeah, that's the only game. Absolutely.
If you're a UCF, root for that, because I believe North Carolina has scheduled 2 cupcakes after that. So if Carolina can get TCU, I believe Bill shows up in Orlando 3-0. Shades of when Dion upset TCU, and Dion started 3-0 2 years ago. And the train will be getting a lot of attention if North Carolina can beat TCU. And TCU is not seen as any great shakes. Like when Dion in Colorado upset TCU, remember, they had just played for the Natty the last time we saw them. Now, obviously, they weren't the same team, but they were a big favorite. They were like 19-point favorites against Colorado at home, and CU beat them. But anyway, if you're UCF, that's your chance, I think, to get a marquee game, to get a good network slot, and then hopefully you can have one of your best performances of the year. And as Mark mentioned, because after that, I mean, there's 7-9 decent teams in the Big 12 this year. Yeah, of like the top 7 in the Big 12, UCF plays 5 of them on the road.
Right, they play on. These are the road games for UCF. Kansas State, picked to be pretty good. Cincinnati. By the way, if you're going to get a road game, that's the one you have to get. At Baylor, at Texas Tech, at BYU. Okay.
Yeah, it's challenging. It is challenging.
And you get Kansas at home, North Carolina at home. Those are games that you are probably not going to be favored in. You know, Houston, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, you could be favored in those games. With the two early games, Jacksonville State and North Carolina A&T, you'll win those. That gets you to 5. You've got to figure out a way to get one more win.
If I give you over under 4.5 right now on UCF, where are you going?
I'd go over.
Okay.
I think they win 5 games. I wouldn't want to bet money on it, though, because I'm really cutting it thin there, because I don't think they win 6. I mean, I think the smart money would be to play that over. There's a better chance of 4-8 than 6-6, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I'd go under 4.5. I'm fearful that the depth of the Big 12 is really going to eat this roster, which to say is in transition would be an understatement. But 2 days away from Farmageddon, noon on Saturday.
From what, David?
Farmageddon.
There you go. Feel it. Feel the ag love. Don't
Even
you want to
Timmy
go out
V.
and plow? Don't you want to till some dirt now?
I thought you were going to ask me, do you want to tip some cows? Okay, I thought that's where you were going when you said we're using the T word there. You went till instead of tip. I was like, oh, okay, I do either. All right, sure. But you're trying. I'll give you a lot of credit. Okay. I mean, first off, 2 weeks ago, you got me to include the week 0 number in our magic numbers. I was only going with the Thursday night leading into Labor Day. To me, the college football season begins with a happy hour Florida special, South Florida hosting Boise State. To me, that's the first game of the college football season. But, you know, the
By the way,
audience is with you.
Shouldn't, whether it's, and I'll tell you right now, it should be Cracker Barrel, because I don't know if you've seen the news involving Cracker Barrel in the last couple of hours. And if it came out before this, I just caught it during that Brando interview.
This could send this nation over the edge. It could throw us on our proverbial ear. This is big. Is this going to be our 40 years later? Is this going to be New Coke?
Well, they're not changing the restaurant, so I don't know, but it's a logo change. And they're dumping the guy leaning on the barrel and just going with Cracker Barrel. Was anybody out there telling Cracker Barrel they needed a new look? Does anybody out there not know exactly what they're getting when they go to Cracker Barrel? But I bring it up with the game you like of Boise and South Florida because Cracker Barrel may need some positive PR. So what do you say? Like, 2 tickets and dinner before 4:30 for a certain price? I mean, this South Florida Boise game screams a Cracker Barrel special.
A 2 to 5 Cracker Barrel special, I think.
I mean, dinner starts at about 2:30 there, and I think they may still call it supper, David. I'm not sure.
So how about a 2 to 5 happy hour supper special at Cracker Barrel? Okay.
All the sweet tea you can drink.
Right. Until 5, and then you better get over to South Florida. They're hosting Boise in about 35 minutes. Come on. What are they doing changing the logo? Everybody knew what it was. What are you doing?
It makes 0 sense.
I don't get it either.
0.
I'm with you. Okay. Kind of like, Cracker Barrel, they may be forced to do like a Bud Light thing. Now, all of a sudden, they got to start, hiring Peyton and Gillis there and, just toughening up the beer.
Right. We all knew what the logo was. And I mean, they put the logo up there. They have the billboards that says winner, winner with a picture of what? Their chicken dinner. And we know it's Cracker Barrel.
Right.
Of a logo that needed to change out there. That one didn't seem like it to me.
No, if you wanted to do some more marketing or do marketing a little differently, but don't change the logo. I mean, it's identifiable. We all know what it is.
And the other side of it is, who is your clientele at Cracker Barrel? It's an older clientele.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, families go there, I get it. But when you go to a Cracker Barrel, you're more likely to run into your grandmother than your mother, if you know what I mean. And you're changing the logo for a restaurant that caters to an older clientele. You know how much older people love change.
Listen, I hope they left the meatloaf alone. That's my only. I mean, I can deal with the logo change. I'll complain about it, but I could deal with it. Just please tell me you left the meatloaf the same. Let's get to what's important here. So I'm going to have to sample one in the next week, getting ready for my college football opener a week from, late this afternoon, Boise State, South Florida at 5:30. Thank you very much.
So I blame Cracker Barrel for a lot. And I was lucky enough to be a minor league hockey broadcaster for, what I work for, 4 teams over the course of 13, 14 years. Never missed the playoffs except for 1 year. Always was lucky enough to broadcast postseason games. But one year when I worked in Raleigh, North Carolina, before the Carolina Hurricanes invaded that market, and I moved to Southwest Florida, I worked for the Raleigh Ice Caps. Kirk Kleinendorst was our head coach. Great guy. Solid dude. But every time we left town, and our road trips were a lot shorter in Raleigh than when I worked for like the Everblades or even when I worked in Nashville. Raleigh road trips were easy. But we would sometimes leave, a morning skate, pack up, leave, grab lunch as a team, like a team meal, and then go to wherever we were going for the game. And he loved Cracker Barrel.
There we go.
We went to Cracker Barrel all the damn time. And it's the only year I missed the playoffs. So I don't hold Kurt responsible. He was too good of a guy. I could blame the GM for the talent that he brought in, and that would probably be more appropriate. But at the end of the day, I blame Cracker Barrel. Wasn't the right setting for that group of guys. We needed something different, something a little more lively. Maybe so many guys didn't need to be playing the golf tee game while they were downing their meatloaf. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I mean, come on. Raiders, really? You're really asking that question? You know it's the Gators. Now, I would give a high honorable mention to the Canes because when they're good, they come out of the woodwork to be obnoxious. But on the whole, the Gator fan base is a loud, proud, obnoxious group. And I love it. That's what college football is all about. I don't say that in jest towards a team. I actually say that in appreciation of a fan base. Because the Gators have one of the more obnoxious fan bases in the country. And I don't mean that with any disdain towards Gator fans at all. I appreciate the Gator fan base who's loud and obnoxious no matter what their team's record is, a little more than the Miami, which is far more bandwagon. And don't sell yourself short, Florida State. All three Florida programs can be obnoxious in their own ways. I had to laugh. There's a guy that I follow, not follow, that I get a lot of his videos on whatever shorts I'm watching. But he's probably, my age, maybe a little younger. And he did the 3 most obnoxious fan bases in the SEC. He had Tennessee 3. He had Texas 2. And the one comment he said about Texas that cracked me up was basically that Texas fans don't think they're obnoxious, and yet when I list them as number 2 as the most obnoxious fan base, they wonder why they weren't number 1. And he did have Bama as number 1.
Now, Puck, you could tell you're a live in the moment kind of guy. It was 2023 that FSU was 13-0. That's not how, only had.
Sorry, David, I didn't have your mic on.
No, I was just saying to Puck, I go, boy, you could tell you live in the moment. Okay, you make it seem like FSU's had 3 bad years. They had 1. 2 years ago, they were 13-0.
So a buddy of mine, golf pro buddy of mine that listens, and I don't even know if he was listening this morning, he does not like this new direction of the tour. And what they said is he's ticked.
Yeah.
And we kind of went back and forth a little bit during the Timmy B interview, and he said the development of stars is going away. And he works at that high-end course in South Carolina. He goes, I have 14 aspiring pros, 5 with Korn Ferry status that I talk to nearly every day. And they say the changes, it's never been more challenging to progress, and that they don't give a you-know-what about those players. And they don't at all.
No.
And that in that sport, I think it's a mistake.
But what's
we
funny,
found
though,
out that your shelf life in golf is short of being good.
Of being elite, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Right. What's interesting is if you're LIV, do you change course? Because LIV was trying to out-elite the PGA Tour. I mean, they were, obviously 54 guys, 54 holes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Hey, thanks for being with us. The bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. We appreciate you listening. Pat Kerwin on the show, and we will have one of our golf guests tomorrow, whether it's Bob Harrig, Whit Watson, don't know who it's going to be, but the comments that the new CEO, Brian Rolap, made yesterday about saying that the PGA Tour is going to get even more elite, and I want a regular season, which puts a lot of focus on the playoffs. And he hinted strongly that we have way too many events, and that basically every tournament's going to have to justify its existence in a big way, not just, hey, we got a sponsor to come up with just enough money to hold this tournament so that a few of you who are trying to play golf for a living have someplace to play. That's apparently not going to be enough going forward for Brian Rolap, the new CEO of the PGA Tour.
I have a bunch of questions for him. Like, for instance, and I don't care about where tournaments are played, But two events that are non-signature events, typically every year, are the tournament in the Twin Cities in Minnesota.
The 3M. Right,
the 3M, and then the Rocket Mortgage. They're kind of back-to-back tournaments on the schedule.
Right. Detroit, Minneapolis,
They
basically.
don't have any big names playing at them. They're non-signature events. Yet they do unbelievably well at the gate. Both these tournaments are very well attended. Die-hard golf fans in those two markets. And they come out and support their tournament in big numbers. But the players don't go there because they're non-signature events. What's the criteria for it being a good event if it's not a signature event? I mean, if you're selling tickets and you're doing what Detroit does in particular for their event, which is never a signature event, I hope to God they keep that event. That event's got to make money.
I'm with you. Not only that, I mean, this is the last year, I believe, that the top 125 keep their tour cards. I believe beginning next year, it's just the top 100. Now, I don't know, does this make the Corn Ferry a bigger, more important tour? Are we actually going to have more guys who we recognize on that tour? Does that mean it'll improve their Golf Channel TV ratings from infinitesimal to slightly above that? I don't know.
David, Live Tour doesn't get ratings. How the hell is the Corn Ferry Tour going to get ratings?
I don't know. But I'm telling you, all right, if you think Rob Manfred, I mean, that's going to be our – if this guy delivers half of what he hinted at yesterday, we will have a poll question at some point in 2026, which is going to be along the lines of who's the most radical commissioner? PGA Tour guy, Rob Manfred of Major League Baseball. I mean, seriously, you tell me, geographically realigning baseball, eliminating about 10 PGA tournaments, and compressing the schedule even more, what's more radical? It's
the
close.
golf fan. I mean, the golf fan would definitely say what they're doing in golf.
Well, right, and the baseball fan, but I'm telling you, in terms of measuring the intensity of what the reaction might be. Now, Mark, maybe he's right. Maybe, I mean, CBS had a lot of signature events this year. CBS had really good golf ratings this year.
No, and you're right. The signature events this year did really well.
Really well. So, anyway, we'll have time for that. Well, actually, you told me, and then I mentioned that UCF's named their starting quarterback. They went with the FAU transfer. So, have you seen the Chris Godwin news?
Briefly, but I honestly, I thought that they took him off the inactive list today. I thought that I read that.
Yeah, but it's complicated. So the Bucs plan to activate Chris Godwin off the PUP list today and have him on their 53-man roster to start the season. But he's not going to be eligible I shouldn't say eligible. He's not going to be able to play right away. In fact, putting him on the 53-man is only going to begin his ramp-up process for games. Godwin, quote, still unlikely to play until sometime in October as he continues recovering from the fractured ankle he suffered week 7 last year against the Ravens. That was late October. He's expected, Mark, to only begin to start practicing week 2. However, the team thinks he's right where he should be at this time. They're pleased with his recovery. That means that the Bucs are going to be down 2 of their top 4 receivers for probably the month of September. I mean, Godwin's their number 2, but Jalen McMillan was listed as like their number 4 wideout. We talked yesterday about his injury. He's probably going to start the year on the PUP list, and they're trying to figure out with a neck injury, will he be available to come off after 4 weeks, or is he more likely to be out until after their bye, and their bye is week 9?
Which means that not only then are they relying heavily on Ibuka to be a big part of the offense. But their 7th-round pick, Tez Johnson, is that who's getting the snaps now? Is it Trey Palmer? A 6th-round pick from a couple years ago? Where do they go to finish out their receivers and any depth at that position as well, David?
Does Baker's buddy Sterling Shepard have a spot now on the team and in the rotation and have a bigger role early in the season? Obviously, he's the most experienced of the receivers, Mark, that you mentioned there, Palmer, Johnson, or Shepard. But, Mark, listen, you were all over this. He was your guy no matter what. You knew what the Bucs' needs were, and you said, I don't care if this is a screaming out need. I am taking Emeka Egbuka of Ohio State, period, end of sentence. This could turn out to be a smarter move than we ever imagined. Apparently, for what it's worth, this kid's been uncoverable in Bucs land.
I am worried about my Tampa Bay Buccaneers that I have playing in the NFC Championship game, though, because the injuries and the reports are getting disturbing. I mean, obviously, they're without Wirfs. They're starting left tackle for the first 4 games minimum. Godwin out until October. McMillan out until probably around October.
Right.
Ooh.
Maybe even
They
early
open with
November.
4 on the road, if I'm not mistaken. Atlanta and Houston, I think.
Correct.
Wow.
I know first 4 games, like if they're missing all 3 of these guys for their first 4 games, their first 4 games are very challenging. I think at Atlanta is their easiest game of the first 4, isn't it? And they went 0-2 against the Falcons last year. Man, I'll tell you right now, I'll take 2-2. What?
Oh, yeah. This is not the kind of start the Bucs wanted this year.
I'll take 2-2 right now if I'm Tampa Bay.
At Atlanta, at Houston. Home for the Jets, home for Philadelphia.
Okay, well, the Jets. All right, that's got to be a
I'll
win,
still
obviously.
take 2-2. If you could pull off 3-1 on this, then I like my future bet on the NFC Championship game.
If I give you Atlanta and the Jets right now as W's, do you run to sign up for 2-2?
I will be like that guy in the old draft at the NFL that got the call on the phone and then ran the card up, David. I would definitely run the card up with that one.
So anyway, that's the Schefter and a few others reporting this morning. That's the story coming out of Tampa with Chris Godwin. He'll be activated off the PUP list, but he won't even practice with the team until week 2. Maybe week 4, maybe he plays. Okay. And yet they think he's doing great. They're happy with his progress, but that'll be damn close to a full year for that injury.
And look I love the Bucs, but both Evans and Godwin have had a lot of injury problems over the last couple of years. Egbuka is going to have to be big.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local glass doctor, Home and Business, is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see Ravel's post about 7 minutes ago?
About what?
Dirty Dancing.
Oh, I've got it on my list. That it premiered today. I don't know what else he would have said, but
Just how much money it made compared to what its budget was. And Swayze made more money for singing "She's Like the Wind" than he did for acting in the movie. So Russia just hit a U.S. factory in Ukraine. This seems to be going well.
so you switched gears there. Did you see that the Live Tour took away credentials from a guy in Michigan? Guy that's been doing golf coverage for 26 years in Michigan. Has 5,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. Had Pat Perez on. They offered him Pat Perez. He said yes, and he apparently has been critical of Liv. But he interviewed Pat, asked 2 questions about the funding from the Saudis, and apparently they told him to edit it out. He told them to pound sand, and they took his credential away.
That's BS.
You think?
Total BS, man.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. We'll also have a golf guest, I promise you. Lots to talk about in the world of golf. Tour Championship getting underway, or are they already underway? I mean, you only got 30, and didn't one guy withdraw? I mean, I think they only got 29. I mean, how many groups do you need?
I don't know. I'm hoping that, 5 hours ahead, I'm hoping for an Iowa State or Kansas State guest from Dublin. That's what I'm pushing for in the show tomorrow. I'm putting pressure on you right now. Not even doing it during a break. You like to produce on air? I'm going to try a little bit myself. Someone from Ireland tomorrow would be nice.
Huh. Wow. Okay. I'll work on it.
7:38, 12:38 there. It'd be perfect timing.
Well, you got a dadgum good point. 11:16 a.m. Got her up and Batia there.
Did you see what Batia did?
The hole-in-one?
Well, yes, but what he won a car. You got a BMW for that.
Right.
And apparently and the whole story came out. So he's got to buy another BMW out of this, I think, because he said out loud, I thought about giving it to my caddy, but apparently I think it's his older sister, it's either niece or nephew, is a special needs kid. And he gave the car to his sister. She's got a special needs kid, needs the car, needs the money, and gave the car to his sister. Great gesture. Wonderful.
Right.
But the problem is he said out loud, I thought about giving it to my caddy. Aren't you? I mean, you of all people, David, Mr. Spend everybody else's money.
No, he's got to buy his caddy a car.
He's stuck now, right?
Yeah. He just lost, $100,000. He's got to buy a Beamer for his caddy.
I mean, at least 50. I don't know if he's got to go the whole way and buy the nicest Beamer on the lot or even a BMW. He just needs to take care of his caddy. I mean, you're right. 50 to 100 grand's coming right now.
Yeah. Hey, he's in the Tour Championship, okay? As Dave Portnoy calls it, Mark, this is ashtray money, all right?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health with locations in Bonita Springs and Naples, to name a few. Book your appointment today, 239-427-3441, or online at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. Today in 1897, Oldsmobile manufactures its first car in Lansing, Michigan. 1914, 21-year-old Walter Hagen holds off amateur Chick Evans by 1 to win his first of 2 open titles in his first of 11 major championships. Ruth goes yard for the 600th time today in an 11-7 win for the Yankees over the St. Louis Browns in 1931. 1942, Walt Disney's Bambi is released. I think this is the start, David, of when Philly fans begin getting their reputation. Because it was today in 1949 that the Philadelphia fans caused the Philadelphia Athletics to forfeit a game when they riot over a trapped line drive by Ricky Ashburn. The Giants were leading 4-2 in the ninth, and they were declared the winners. Patsy Cline records Crazy Today in 1961. Song written by a struggling singer-songwriter at that time. Care to take a guess of who that was, David?
In
The great
61?
61. The Great Crazy, sung by Patsy Cline, was written by
Dolly Parton.
Willie Nelson.
Oh.
Today in 67, Kansas City Athletics utility player Ken Harrelson becomes baseball's first free agent when he was abruptly released by the team after he reportedly refers to team owner Charlie Finley as, and I quote, a menace to baseball.
There we go. Now we're talking. That's somebody I can get behind right there.
Raleigh Fingers becomes the first pitcher to achieve 300 saves today with the Brewers in 1982. Dirty Dancing opened today in 1987. I've never seen the whole thing start to finish. I've seen bits and pieces. It was on HBO, every summer for years. And most of the scenes that they filmed were a lot of the scenes were at Lake Lure in North Carolina, where I went on vacation about 4 years ago.
So apparently the movie's budget was $4.5 million. It did almost 50 times that. The only other movie during that era that has ever had a return like that was the original Rocky, who had $1 million budget and grossed $225 million.
Today in 1990, 2 monster albums were released in the alternative rock world. Jane's Addiction, Ritual de la Habitual, and Alice in Chains' Facelift, one of the first grunge albums really before Nirvana and Pearl Jam, really to gain traction on MTV. Obviously, Nirvana's Smells Like Teen Spirit would be the monster. Pearl Jam's 10 would be a monster. But Man in the Box by Alice in Chains was really the first one because they got a major label release and got that video out early. 2004, Michael Phelps wins his 6th gold medal of the Athens Games, even though he didn't swim in the final of the men's 4x100 medley relay. They won it with a world record time. Do you think that they should all get golds, or that the same 4 should have to race in every leg of those?
No, I think they should all get golds.
So you could have 10 different people compete in the 4x100 and they all get a gold?
Yeah, and the same in track and field. Okay, because then otherwise, quite frankly, Mark, what would happen is the greatest of athletes, we would see them in very few events. If you're making them run every preliminary, every semi, every final, okay, plus the schedule that they put out in swimming and track and field, we wouldn't see the great, okay, runners and swimmers as often as we see them if they have to do every heat of every event. So yeah, I'm totally in favor of, everybody. Listen, if I helped us qualify in the semis, didn't I contribute?
Oh, no, there's no doubt. I just think a 4x100 relay should have 4 people in it. That's me.
So what do you do then? You only hand out the 4 golds? You
have 4 on your 4x100 relay team. You have 4 people. If you have 8 swimmers that are good enough, then have 2 teams.
Oh, okay. All right.
USA 1, USA 2, like bobsledding, for crying out loud. I don't understand why the 4x100 could be 8, 11, 12. No. You put your 4 in, they are the 4 that compete. One of them gets hurt. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Interesting.
That's just it's always been my thought. Carly Lloyd scored an extra time today in 2008 as the U.S. beats Brazil for the gold medal in the Beijing Games in soccer. That was in 2008. In 2016, Durant had 30, and that's what the U.S. beat Serbia by for the gold medal in the Rio Games. And Scottie Scheffler made birdies on 4 of his final 5 holes to become the 12th player in PGA Tour history to shoot a 59 at the Northern Trust today in 2020. Count Basie, Toe Blake, David, Chris Schenkel, Jack Buck, Wilt Chamberlain, Kenny Rogers, and Joe Strummer from The Clash would have all celebrated birthdays today.
Mark, Mark, I thought you'd pause and we could have a moment. I could introduce Nelson Burton Jr. Okay. Our semifinal matchup is Mark Roth against Johnny Petraglia. Okay. They'll meet Earl, who was the great bowler.
Earl Anthony.
Who died falling down a flight of stairs, by the way. Okay, the winner to meet Earl Anthony in the finals. I mean, I couldn't believe I needed a moment just to go there. Okay, a beautiful Saturday afternoon indoors on ABC.
We're in Peoria, Illinois today.
That's damn right we are. Hello.
Archie Griffin, by the way, is 71. Kim Cattrall from Porky's. That's where I'm going with her. Not going section.
Okay.
Going Porky's with Kim Cattrall. She's 69. Craig Counsell is 55. BJ Upton is 41 years old. Usain Bolt, 39. And Mike Evans is 32 years old today. What did I miss, David?
Did you have Hawaii?
No.
Came the 50th state today in 59.
Hey, happy birthday, Hawaii.
And PETA. I know you're a big fan.
I saw it. And I'm like, I'm not going to do it without just slamming them. So why bother?
Right. And that's why I mentioned it. I mentioned it just to get a rise out of my co-host. Okay.
They've different been kind of bloods on furs since what, 1980?
Hey, there you go. Happy 45th birthday for PETA today. By the way, it's a different kind of rise than what Kim Cattrall gave Mark in Porky's.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
It's well played, David. Well played.
Thank you.
We'll go right. We'll keep it home for the good today. A good day today in Lee County. For all of you fishermen, fisherwomen, people that do boating, the Punta Rassa boat ramp opened today after being closed since Hurricane Ian, where most of the charter boats from Sanibel go out. So many who I'm sure have left from that boat launch. Great spot, get you right out on the water quickly. So good for Lee County to finally get those things done. All right, where do we go here? For the bad, we'll stay in Florida and go to Citrus County, where a 79-year-old Hermosa man is in jail because of his calls to 911. He made multiple calls to 911, claiming there were 7 people, along with 2 dogs and a cat, taking his possessions inside of his mobile home. Deputies responded twice, but found no one inside the residence. They advised him to secure his doors, but he called an hour later, this time requesting a supervisor. Well, the supervisor came and noted the 79-year-old's irrational speech, which seemed inconsistent with dementia, but consistent with drug influence. After doing a walkthrough, Crandall pointed to a curtain, claiming it was a man's shirt he had grabbed. He also told the captain if he waited, he could arrest people walking through walls. Why was he doing all this? That's, of course, because he was on meth. The supervisor found it, and the 911 calls turned in to an arrest. And finally, the ugly, we go to Bonita Springs, where a guy is in the Circle K bathroom, relieving himself. You know, we've all gone to a gas station because we have to go. This guy gets somebody banging on the bathroom, says, hurry up. And when he gets out of the bathroom, the man says, what the blank is your problem, dude? And then he pulled a gun on him. All long in the bathroom.
Whoa.
The victim told the manager of the Circle K, and Lee deputies arrived and arrested the man with the gun. He was also just completely hammered and was arrested at the Circle K. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly here on Thursday, August 21st on Miller and Moulton.
You know, I think that's entirely unnecessary. I mean, you know, you got to go. Guy's taking too long. I mean, I think a gun is going a little too far to resolve this. That's just me.
Was the women's room locked?
Well, that's you couldn't walk around the back and just, you got to go. You got to go. I mean, you know, who hasn't killed a good fern for the cause? I mean, sometimes you got to do it.
Baseball today is all with little golf, little baseball today.
9 baseball games.
Yeah.
6 of them in the afternoon for those that are inclined. I'll tell you what, and I don't root for either one of these teams. Okay, they're both going to make the playoffs, probably. I hope so. But don't you just want to see the Cubs win today to cut it to 5 and beat the Brewers 4 times in a row, just so that the Brewers can feel a little something and see how they respond?
Absolutely. I actually can argue it would be good for the Brewers to have a little bit of pressure between now and the end of September. I'd bet the Brewers today.
You don't think they lose 4 in a row, do you?
I don't, David. I really don't.
I hear you. I hear you. But Imanaga for the Cubs, Imanaga to try to win 4 in a row and 4 out of 5 of the series. Cut it to 5. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
She went, okay. She's home. Took the baby to school. She said it went